Welcome to the Imperial 80s. I feel like we need a cartoon gag, like just something to come in. I need my
That would,
youngest to come in off screen and throw a Nerf, you know,
or just like
football at me or
run,
something like that.
but then like you need smoke or a poof to kind of go behind them.
Or maybe I need a big bottle of scotch with this movie, actually.
Well, well, well. That's all I'll say for now.
All right. We're really this is gonna be a lot of fun. This was really one, I'm really excited about the guests that we have today, which I'll introduce in just a second. Make sure you like, share, subscribe, support us on Patreon. We still got to record a bonus episode, M2 Man. It's been a little while, but I think with these like 4-hour marathons that we've been doing, we're both like, all right, I got to go to bed after this. But, um, but anyway, this one, who did I bring this up? I can't remember. I mean, this was on our list, but I don't
It wouldn't have
remember.
been me. It wouldn't. It
Oh, it
would
was
not have been
Dubravka.
me. It was Dubravka probably brought it up. Though. I'm
Dubravka.
about to say,
Yeah,
yeah.
Dubravka. Yeah, Dubravka sent us a T-shirt, a picture of her in a T-shirt, a Who Framed Roger Rabbit T-shirt in Yugoslavia in 1989, and so yeah, we decided to do it. This movie is right on the cusp of the 80s and the 90s, and so I don't think, off the top of my head, I'm not sure I would have known for sure whether it was like 89 or 90 or 91, but it was a movie I watched a lot as a kid, and at the same time, it's also a movie that I hadn't watched in, like, 25 years, so when I rewatched it, it was really interesting, and all of it came flooding back to me, but also, you're like, "Oh, we were watching some interesting stuff as small children."
Yeah. Shout out to Hiram. We have a little chat, the three of us, and we sometimes share our favorite or most infamous 80s and various childhood things. And there's one where we just say, in the 80s they were like, "Fuck them kids."
Fuck
Fuck
them
them
kids.
kids.
This was absolutely a fuck them kids
This is a
movie.
fuck them kids movie.
And at the same time, has some really interesting social commentary. And I know we'll get into and debate what happens when you depict certain forms of social commentary in this kind of fashion. But there are politics in this movie, which was part of what I had kind of forgotten to some extent, was some of the, and we'll get in, I won't spoil yet some of those discussions because I want to have them with our guests. But I did not really remember the politics of the cartoon that well and the story that well.
I'll say it's all I remembered for the most part, but that has to do with living in LA as an actor for a while because it's all people talk about. So I'll say that for now.
All right, so our guest today, and Dubravka, you'll have to correct me if I mispronounce, but I think it's Dubravka Sekulić, and then Samantha Youssef. Both have been on the show before. We've had conversations. Dubravka joined us for Working Girl late last year. Samantha has been on for, is this her third Imperial 80s or fourth? I know did the Star Wars ones. So Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. We also did the How to Read Donald Ducks is how we actually met Samantha when we did that episode, because she came in and was like, hey, I know a lot more about this than y'all. And then, yeah, so more stuff. We've both collaborated with both of these folks in other ways. I've had a number of conversations with Dubravka about Soviet Yugoslavia, or socialist Yugoslavia, I mean, over the years. And yeah, so really excited for both of these folks. Folks who don't know, Samantha is, of course, a former Disney animator and runs, I'm going to read it properly. She is a Palestinian Ukrainian artist, award-winning art and animation director whose expertise spans feature animated films, VHX, blockbusters, and AAA games. Former Disney animator, director, and current artistic consultant. She guides productions through every creative stage, from concept to final animation, pre-production through production to post-production, ensuring cohesive artistic vision. Renowned for her unique mastery of functional anatomy and movement, she founded Studio Technique, where she trains artists at production studios and institutions worldwide. Dubravka comes from a background as an architect, theorist, and educator. Her work connects spatial knowledges and political emancipation, which is, I mean, we didn't even plan this, but that's so perfect also for the topic we're going to talk about in this movie. Thinking with solidarities and struggles from below, she proposes minor planning as the articulation of these approaches. She is working on a book, Minor Planning for a Liberated Future, is the MA City Design Program lead at Royal Art College of London, UK. There's more to her bio in the show description, but she's involved in several book projects and even also a film as well. So, anyway, without further ado, Samantha, Youssef, Dubravka, it's good to be with you both. Thank you for joining us to talk about Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Thank you.
So let's just start with early memories of this film. And Dubravka, why don't you start us off, because you were the one who started this all.
A correction there. First, it's really great to be back, and like Jay and I've been talking around. I've been nagging to Jay for a while about more spatial politics, and I really like how like Imperial 80s became this vehicle to bring more spatial politics into. No, actually, it was on the list of the films in the newsletter when you listed all those all these films that you want to do. And I saw Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and I immediately texted you, and I was like, I have to do this with you. I loved this film as a kid. I realized that I actually didn't remember almost anything other than LA has the best public transport scene from the film, which maybe speaks with my obsession of becoming an urbanist. And then if I was not doing this from London, I actually think I still have that T-shirt in my wardrobe in Belgrade, because it was my favorite T-shirt. So then I dug out the photo of me with my younger sister and my grandma and my great grandma, taken probably 89 in Strpce, which is a kind of a village on the border between now Kosovo and North Macedonia, where my great grandparents were from. So it's a kind of a lot of layers. But I think rewatching this film has been like absolutely amazing, because I realized it's just so much more complex than I remembered it. So I'm really looking forward to talking with you. And also, it's so amazing that Samantha you are there, because I think that it's just also on the production, the way it was produced. I don't think that as a kid, I was like, oh, look, how did they manage to do that? It was just like, yeah, they're just, why can't we live with tunes in the same realm?
That's awesome. Yeah, I forgot that we even sent out the list of movies we were considering doing. So that maybe I shared that with you privately. I don't even know. But yeah, Samantha, why don't you go next?
Okay. I guess so. Earliest I don't remember. I think I saw it in the theater. I can't really remember, because my dad wouldn't let us watch things generally, but I think it came out in the summer, and so if it was in the summer when it wasn't the school year, we probably would have gone to the theater. And I definitely had it on VHS when it was released and stuff. And then I do remember it, because since I was, I don't know, I was, my parents told me I was drawing from Disney, we'd pause screens and I would redraw images from them. So I feel like every Disney film that came out, or every animated film I had access to, was just really magical in a way for me, even though this one like was like, obviously there were things that like as a very, very young child, like I know I saw it the year that it came out. It's just kind of weird to think that, like, I don't think my parents were necessarily being critical of like, it was just a cartoon or like, you know, for them in the theater. But I do remember just like being completely fascinated by it, artistically and I would draw the character. Like I do remember I had like pencil crayon drawings of the characters as a child from that. So yeah, it's all like, it's always kind of stood out. And at the time too, it was probably one of the most, in terms of like the Western, like North America, one of the most like visually captivating animated films that came out, you know, in that period. It was sort of at a different level than aesthetically, you know, than a lot of things that we had seen before. So I do remember it just being like really prominent to me. And then as I like, as a teenager, I actually got to meet Richard Williams for the first time and stuff. And then ended up later like being able to work with him, and Andreas Deja, who was one of the main animators on the project, was one of my closest mentors at Disney. And other artists on it like Chuck Gamage and Claude Chausson, they were all from Canada originally. So like these are all people that also mentored me and that I had worked with and stuff as I was training. So yeah, so it's kind of like always yeah, anyway, that's sort of, I guess I'll stop there. But yeah, it's always visually been something that really spoke to me and artistically.
Awesome. M2, do you want to go next?
Sure. So I remember when it came out, because I remember the marketing being, you're going to get all of these characters that you have never saw together in a movie before. I remember that being a very like distinct thing. I was 8 when it came out, and I was already kind of watching anime. So I wasn't like really charged by it. I don't remember the first time I saw it. My mother, though, would not have taken me to see this. I know that, because of Jessica Rabbit, and we can get into that. Like, that's just something that she just wasn't gonna do. Like my mom would take me to go see, I don't know, Van Damme movie with like, you know, it's like my mother, the ideological consistency of my mother's movie choices is very, really, like I said, she wanted to see Van Damme for herself. It had nothing to do with me. You know, she's getting nothing in this movie. What? Bob Hoskins? Come on. Ooh, the heartthrob. Like, she's not really caring. So she wouldn't have taken me, and it wouldn't have been in my dad's interests either to take me. I do remember eventually, though, when I got to around like 11 or 12, I knew people who were really into the movie and they would watch it a lot, and I would go to people's houses. So I think somewhere maybe around that, I eventually watched it, because I do remember it. Like I when I watched it the other night, I was like, oh, wow, I remember every scene here. Like, it's very, very clear. So I must have watched it like multiple times, maybe a cable thing. But it was never really a film, like a movie for me growing up, that had like any kind of real like significance, though I remember it culturally being such a huge deal everywhere, like Roger Rabbit t-shirts, Jessica, like just read like re-versions of Jessica Rabbit, all types of stuff. Like it's just like wild. The kind of like second point, though, and we'll get more into this when we get into the movie, is I've lived in LA. I lived in LA for 2 periods as an actor. And this movie in LA has lots of legend because of its plot line. Because every time you complain about the traffic in LA, or you say New York train or something like that, you invoke that, someone who's really into like LA lore wants to kind of, well, you know, LA was supposed to have the greatest transportation in history, but you know, it was the corporations that effed everything up. It's become like this like urban legend, and you'll say, oh, where'd you get that? Oh, go watch Who Framed Roger Rabbit. right? And that's always like they're real political frame of reference for everything. That in Chinatown. And I've always found it kind of funny that like the depth of Hollywood people's politics is found through Who Framed Roger Rabbit and Chinatown. That shows you a lot about, the LA scene and how they talk about politics there. So like it is something that constantly like comes up within like the folklore. And I just remembered it as an actor constantly being invoked, so forth and so on. But yeah, but like while I wasn't into the movie really, the significance of it here growing up was like magnanimous. Like I can't even like you couldn't escape it when it came out, and for years after, various like kids with stickers and lunch boxes, and like it was just crazy, right? And yeah, so that's where my memory mostly goes, in all the accoutrements around the movie.
Yeah, I mean, it was huge for me. I didn't see it in the theater. My parents also were probably like on the fence about it. I don't think it would have been Jessica Rabbit as much as they were always wary of stuff that combined human, like live actors with cartoons. And I think there were probably some reviews or things that came out that were like, this has adult themes or whatever. And my mom was probably just like, yeah, let's skip this. I saw it as soon as it came out on video. Like 6 months later, right? At this family that I used to always go to their house after school, basically, and would always be watching stuff that, my mother didn't approve of. And so I watched all kinds of things there. But I loved this movie. Like as a kid, I did. And it's funny, I mean, we'll talk about it, but it was definitely the first film noir film that I saw. uh and I don't think I really grasped the significance at the time of the combining of because you don't really know anything about intellectual property as like an 8-year-old. And even if it was marketed that way, I don't think I really thought about the combining of Looney Tunes with Disney animation. And then you throw in like Woody Woodpecker, and what it meant that all of these studios signed off on licensing agreements for their intellectual property to be used in one, movie that then has all these adult themes and things like that in it, is very interesting. But obviously, like, I think I was probably drawn to it as much by what I was not supposed to be seeing as anything, knowing that, like, whoa, like, what is Jessica Rabbit doing? Why are Bob Hoskins' pants down? Like, as just a little kid, you're just like, wow. um, yeah, I mean, I wrote a note that I think Jessica Rabbit was probably the Marilyn Monroe of the 80s kid, of our generation. And so, yeah, I mean, I definitely really enjoyed it. It's funny on rewatch, I'll just say, like, it's a little underwhelming, definitely on the rewatch, but at the same time, there were surprises because of what I had forgotten, again, in terms of the politics. But it's, you know, the actual story itself is a very kind of cookie cutter film noir, and not that well necessarily executed in certain ways. But anyway, I don't want to. We'll get into the analysis in a bit. But yeah, as a kid, I loved this movie and I watched it as much as I could, honestly. So
Cool. So we can start talking about, I
Can
guess,
I
like the
also?
go ahead.
I just wanted to give a little bit more context that I wanted, and then I kind of, my scattered brain today forgot. In 1986, there was a very big kind of Yugoslav long feature film, children's animation film called The Enchanted Forest. That yeah, that's me with my granny and my great grandma and my sister. And if you zoom out, you can see a Yugo in the background. That was my grandparents' Yugo. So you have a lot of Yugoslav things there. Yugoslavia, actually, it was kind of Zagreb School of Animation was very big in the in Yugoslavia, and there is the one that got Oscar kind of a couple of decades before. So there was Čudesna šuma, Enchanted Forest, which came out in '86, which was huge, which is about the painter. I mean, it's fully animated. It's about the painter who has the magic brush and starts to communicate with the people, like the kind of forest animals in the forest, in order to save it from ecological destruction. So that was something that in a way that type of like animations and film were that were not just Walt Disney and American. I mean, we also grew up watching like children's program and animation films and cartoons from like Soviet Union, from Czech, from Italy, so the presence of animation was very strong in all of, and so there was this Enchanted Forest, and then there was this like short form cartoon called Professor Balthazar, which is definitely what made me an urbanist, like Professor Balthazar, who solves the problems of everyone in the city continuously. So I think that's also important for a context. We had a very strong experience of various different forms of animation that was and kind of a also children's program with actors, which were also on the verge of surrealism often. So Yugoslavia had a very strong children's culture that was really not underestimating children and their kind of capacity to think through complex topics. So I think that's, I guess, for a context also very important to kind of as an introduction. This didn't land on like as something that's unknown. It's actually kind of connected to some of the dots that were already there.
That's really interesting. Yeah. What our society thinks about children is is a whole other gambit. And I mean, this movie, yeah. And Tume, you go ahead and start us off. But it is fascinating in the question, which has already been raised in the audience by folks of like, was this for kids or wasn't it? Right, which is a real, I think in some ways it's like the logic of Hollywood, right? Of a movie like this being PG, I think is really interesting in terms of marketing, but then, who are these themes actually for?
So I didn't know this. It comes from a book by a guy named Gary K. Wright called Who Censored Roger Rabbit? And it was written in 1981. And it's kind of like a detective fantasy pulp novel that came out. And though in the novel, Roger Rabbit is murdered. Like he's actually like, the whole bit is that he's like a second level actor or tune, right? Which we'll get into, I think, when we talk about it, like the idea of actors and tunes and all this shit, but he's murdered after they find out, like, the reason why he's been censored. So it's kind of funny. So it's reading like the synopsis of like the book, it's a lot more pulpy than the movie. It was purchased almost immediately though by Walt Disney Productions. They were like, let's just grab the rights to this. Like the book came out in 81, and everything that I've looked at says I think they bought it within that year of it coming out, which means they might have even known about it. Go ahead.
For $35,000, by the way.
Yeah, 35 grand. Yeah,
which all.
Which honestly,
I know it was like 100,000 then, but yeah.
Yeah, and like optioning books that are like, especially back then, like small books, like that seems actually like he got a pretty good deal, to be honest with you, like in comparison to what other people got. he got a pretty, it's a bad deal, but in comparison, it's like, I hope for Gary K. Wright's sake that he got some points on that baby, but maybe he didn't. We'll see. Well, we don't know. Anybody has the information whether or not he got points, let us know. So it was gotten by them in that kind of process, and I'm not going to go through this. There's like a lot of long developmental, what they call like developmental hell, that went for like about 6 years of making the movie. I'll go through some of it. The people who wrote the screenplay are a writing team, Jeffrey Price and Peter Seaman. They've written amazing films like Doc Hollywood. No, I'm joking. Later, this was actually the movie that kind of launched them. They're a typical kind of like Hollywood hack writing team of like these kinds of movies. This is the movie that kind of like got them over. And they were the ones who were kind of hired to kind of bring it towards, that. The person who ultimately directs the film, Robert Zemeckis, is kind of in and out of the film. And we'll get to Zemeckis in a minute. He's interested early. He turns it down, right, for various reasons. Actually, probably we'll talk about Zemeckis. So Zemeckis, he went to USC in the 70s. He comes from, he has like the kind of like working class. I was a middle class person, and my mother got me an 8mm camera, and I always loved movies. Then I went and saw Bonnie and Clyde and knew that's what I wanted to do. Right. And, it's always very like, it's the good American kid, ding off the cheek. The thing that I find interesting about Zemeckis is he does I went to USC and everyone was watching Godard and French New Wave. And I was like, I want to watch John Ford movies. I like Hollywood. Right. So he does that kind of like everyone who watched, that type of stuff, which would have been a lot of, I guess he would be a little bit younger than Scorsese and then the whoever the USC guys like Coppola and them, so forth. So he'd be a little bit younger than them. So he's kind of taking a shot at like those kinds of people, who are in his classmates, whatever. I have no dog in the fight for either of them, but I just find it funny that he kind of likes to kind of cement himself in that kind of way. But for Zemeckis, how it kind of sits is, his early films don't do very well. He's also a writer. He writes a few films. He has a couple of like flops, and, they're interested in him to do the film. Right. But you start flopping. They don't want to kind of like grab you. They had other interests. They went to like Terry Gilliam to do it. He says he regrets it. Whatever. I'm not a big Terry Gilliam fan. Sorry. I said it, y'all. Terry Gilliam fans can come after me. I think he's overrated. Yeah. And then, but he eventually kind of comes around after the success of 2 movies. The first one is Romancing the Stone, which I always forget that he directed. Even though I wanted to do that movie, I forget that he directed that movie. And of course, Back to the Future, right? Those 2 films kind of like bring him back. And Spielberg kind of helped get his foot into Hollywood also. So Spielberg and him have like a long relationship, because then Spielberg's another like kind of like really important people. So you have the people who wrote the script, right? And we have kind of various, because I think people maybe Samantha and Jake can speak to this better. There's a lot of transferring within Disney of like the power through the 80s. So like you have this IP, and then the transferring of power goes. So then like the decisions around the movie kind of change with each person, right? Because originally it was Katzenberg, I think, who had bought it, right? And he had it. He was really into it. But then you go into Eisner and all these different people at different times. So you have all this like transferring. So I'll put a pause in that part, and I'll let others. But Spielberg, and Amblin, with Spielberg, Marshall, and Kathleen Kennedy, they were going to produce the film alongside Disney, right? And apparently they like I think the budget must be $50 million. They were like, that's way too much money, and they had to kind of like convince him to do that. And then one of the interesting parts is Spielberg. I mean, Spielberg made a killing off this movie. I didn't know that. Like the dude who kind of made like the bulk of a lot of the cash was really him. And he brokered the big deals to basically get all these different studios to basically have their IPs of the famous and animated characters from like Betty Boop to Felix the Cat and all these people all housed inside one film. I'll talk about a couple of people and then maybe y'all can go back to Disney. It's interesting because one of my personal interests was how Bob Hoskins got in this movie. I was just like, because look, so yes, as a kid, my recognition of Bob Hoskins is this movie and probably Hook. But then as an adult, you know, I learned about Bob Hoskins as a really prominent British actor. Shout out to The Long Goodbye, a movie that I actually do want to do in Imperial 80s. You know, Hoskins in Britain has a much different, you know, kind of purchase that he does here. And I was like, how did this happen? And like, how did Bob Hoskins become the person? Like, was he the first choice? So I looked through it, and yeah, they went through like 15 to 20. They went down the list from everyone from Harrison Ford to Eddie Murphy to Chevy Chase, all these people to try to do it. I mean, the list went on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And then it eventually went to Hoskins. And then it's weird because when they say, yeah, Hoskins was just the right guy. And I was like, that's kind of vague. A lot of it sounds like money, right? Like after a certain point, they only could afford so much. So Hoskins, who had done some things, he had never really done anything in the U.S. He had done a couple of smaller U.S. films playing like character roles. But in the U.K., he does, and there is a U.K. portion to this film, which we can talk about with the animated director. Hoskins is someone who I wouldn't say he was a legend as much as he was, you know, really prominent and highly respected, and they knew about his acting chops at a really, really, really high level. Was there anything else? Probably other things that I can remember, but yeah, Jay and Samantha and Jay, if you don't want to go into like the Disney stuff part of it, I think y'all will be more equipped and apt to do it about the film in the 80s.
I'll let Samantha start off because she probably has more to say, and then I'll just fill in some things.
It's more of like a Palestinian thing than a Disney animator thing. But Bob Hoskins also had spent a lot of time on kibbutzes in Israel. And I think one thing that, I mean, obviously, like I didn't work on this project, but I think, you know, like what I was saying before, like I think sometimes too, I think like what we're seeing, like, I don't know, I apply it to sort of the global ecosystem as well. But the higher up you go, the more fluid the borders are for you. Like borders, I feel like borders and restrictions, including company restrictions or agencies or all of these things really apply more to, you know, I'll say within the industry, at least to people that are like lower down the ladder. And then as you get higher up, so like when people like Eisner and Katzenberg come on, they can there is a fluidity that can happen, that they can bring their friends in or colleagues. And I think, you know, this mythology that we all do I feel like it's a thing in the industry, you know, that we all love to tell our mythology story of like, oh, I love these, like what you were saying about Zemeckis and stuff, and like all this stuff, and like how like somehow like magically because of our love and passion of the craft we became who we became in the industry. And I think that these ties are really in the fluidity of, like, again, I didn't work on it, but I would say that especially towards like the latter stages of my career, this area can become very fluid if you are connected with the right people. And when the industry started becoming dominated by figures like Katzenberg and Spielberg, I don't think that an actor that has spent a considerable amount of time on a kibbutz in Israel is a randomly found talent that they just pulled, you know, because of his stage performances or because he could be more affordable. I think like these are the kind of connections that we sort of have to start looking to. And I think Hollywood does become like a little bit like, I mean, that's how I think of it. It's like a little bit of an Epstein Island. Like you have a bunch of all these CEOs coming in and they're hanging out with Epstein, but the boundaries of their company are blurred when they're on Epstein's Island. They will find collabs and find certain things. And I think that that's like just a point that I think shouldn't be necessarily overlooked, or those politics and those interests and stuff. Sorry, that was it's not really a Disney thing, but it's more of a like that thing that I started, like I notice a lot in those circles.
No, right on. I'll share like a little bit of or I'll fill in a little bit more of the kind of history of the production from what I understand of it. And then I think, Samantha, you'll have some like, to whatever degree you want to talk about any of the folks that you know from the animation side. I mean, one of the things that's interesting about the film, and you see it throughout, is it's like heavy on the kind of gag / violent humor, right? And this is very much something that a lot of people would become familiar with Looney Tunes in particular. There is a specific animator. Where did I write his name down? I don't know. That's associated. I think I have it. I have too many tabs open right now. Hang on a second. Tex Avery is the one I'm thinking of. Yeah. So Tex Avery kind of becomes associated with this form of humor that kind of takes like vaudeville style humor and then pushes it to the extreme. And a lot of us grew up with Looney Tunes, right? Especially folks who grew up in the 80s. And, it's interesting now because I have 2 children who really don't have that as the frame of reference for them for animation. But growing up for me, that was like the biggest one. I mean, there were other Saturday morning cartoons that I watched, all very violent. But that one in particular, it's the violence combined with the violence is supposed to be funny, right? So like to distinguish it a little bit from G.I. Joe, in which the violence is supposed to be cool and you're supposed to basically want to become a violence worker as a result of this cartoon. In Looney Tunes, the violence is the gag, combined with one of the things I was saying with you, Samantha, right, is that like all of the characters in Looney Tunes have speech impediments. Like almost without exception. There's a couple that do not. I was reading more about it. There become these kind of, explanations that it's to give them a sort of specific, recognizable pattern of speech that as soon as somebody hears the voice, they know, oh, that's Porky the Pig, that's Bugs Bunny, that's, so on and so forth. I think it's, probably, in my view, speaks more to a kind of just implicit ableism, but also like how they look at it's kind of connected. It's like the opposite of speaking proper English, right? It's so there's a racializing component of it as well, and or at least an othering component of it as well. And I will get to that because the tunes in this film obviously are sort of the stand-ins for people of color. There are no people of color in the movie at all, and the tunes represent basically a segregated community within the film. And I bring up the style that's in the film because it's interesting with respect to Disney, because Disney has its own lot of problematic here. We did our discussion of How to Read Donald Duck, right? There's a very colonial logic within Disney cartoons. There is a lot of racism, Orientalism, colonial attitudes within it. But there is there is still cartoon violence. Like, I don't want to diminish that, but it's not as much of this kind of slapstick, drop refrigerators on heads and see stars kind of violence, which is very associated with Looney Tunes. So yeah, like Disney buys it. they own the rights. As Mtume talks about, I mean, it takes them basically like 7 years to get together, and it's because there's a lot of starts and stops. I think there are 4 different versions of the script that are written that are all very different than each other. Like there's one version where like they're fighting Nazis, right? So like this is this is how different some of the forms of the script are from one another. Um, and this is the one that they end up landing on. I think it's interesting because I think in some ways this film probably happens like one of the reasons that gets stated that it doesn't happen sooner is because they're worried about how expensive it is and things like this, the difficulty in getting rights to multiple cartoons. They didn't actually have to do that for the film, in my view. It's more of like a kind of a gimmick to some extent. But the question I have too is that there's such a lack of success for Disney in the 80s. I mean, really, it is a horrible decade for Disney. We did not grow up in the 80s with 80s Disney movies and shows being like the big draw to kids that they became again in the 90s and the 2000s, and certainly were, in 60s and so on. But it starts to happen in the 70s from these kind of histories of Disney that basically, younger people see it as just for kids, right? And like they have a difficulty of bridging different age ranges. You know, I also think this is probably connected to, kind of post 60s, emancipatory, revolutionary, liberatory politics too, that people are kind of like, I don't need Disney movies. And it's also at the time of the rise of New Hollywood, of course, which, Mtume's talked about quite a bit and might have some thoughts on this as well. So they do movies like Tron, which is a one that we do have to do, which is the first movie to combine CGI, which looks terrible, um, in the 80s. And they do, movies like The Black Cauldron, which I really liked as a kid, but would not have known necessarily was a Disney movie. It was just kind of similar to some of the darker cartoons that you get in the 80s. And so this movie really becomes a launching pad. Like it's kind of an intermediate. It happens in a phase of Disney where they're kind of in an identity crisis to some extent. They release it through Touchstone, which is their studio, just to be clear, but it is a studio that's designed more for like adult or, general audience kind of films as opposed to films that are targeted towards kids directly. But they get a PG rating for it and they put all these cartoons in it. So just to clarify for people how successful this movie was, is the most successful animated film in the entire decade of the 80s. It's huge and is the second highest grossing film in the year that it comes out as well, right? So like really big film. It also won Oscars, right? Which is just wild. And then the following year after that, you get The Little Mermaid, right? Which is kind of always lifted up as what really rejuvenates Disney animation and Disney animated movies in a certain way. So I just find all of that quite interesting. Obviously, there are these figures that are involved. Roy Disney buying the rights. There's another guy, I forget his name, who's kind of the head of Disney before Eisner that's there.
Miller.
Yeah,
Right?
Ron Miller
Mhm.
or something like that.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then you have, Spielberg, Zemeckis. I do think there's a lot of interesting overlap between this movie and um, Back to the Future, right? Even the music at the end and stuff like that, it feels very similar. So yeah, all of that stuff is interesting, and I think that I'm interested, Samantha, too, if you want to say some things about maybe some of the differences between how animators from these different studios look at each other. Because one of the things I found in looking at some documentaries based on some books and stuff like that, not really documentaries, really YouTube videos, but like, is that Disney animators would kind of look down at something like Looney Tunes as being like really low brow and beneath what they were doing. And so this also created some friction in the script that was talked about at different levels of different versions of the script when they had this kind of slapstick, violent cartoon humor. Certain people who were within Disney ranks were like, we don't want anything to do with that. That's not us. And yet ultimately it becomes released through their tutelage and through a lot of the artistic people who come from, kind of Disney camps of one form or another. So anyways, I'm really interested, Samantha, if you have other thoughts on that.
Yeah, oh my gosh. I mean, sorry, I'm guilty of it in my career too. Like there is a snobbery at Disney, so to speak, but there is a sort of a justification for it. I just made some notes. Can I just quickly run through a couple of things I want to add to, like, what you were saying, and I think it kind of ties in a little bit anyway with the animator philosophy, but even like with the Tex Avery thing, so a Disney animator, sorry, I'm going to jump around a bit. Disney animators prioritized like believable performance was sort of the, like it was for animators often the way that we would see ourselves or see things is that we were like the actors in the film. We'd create these visual performances. So it sort of would be the same thing as like someone like Denzel Washington not wanting to do like, I don't know, like a really raunchy comedy or something, like it, like the kind of performance. So that, like, I know to the public, I'm assuming to the public, like everyone can correct me, but I think people just sometimes just see it all as animation or cartoons. But at Disney, we would train in performance, and we would have theaters where, like, we'd have mirrors in theaters where we'd have mirrors at our desk where we were acting out the scenes, and we'd look at our faces and we'd draw it. We'd film ourselves, watch those videos. We were constantly studying what would make a believable performance, who that character is. So this is why even, when we were talking about in the How to Read Donald Duck stuff, and we were talking about Princess Tiana and like Frog Princess, like it was a white man that did this performance, it's not. So like for Disney, and it was also the draftsmanship training that we had to like, it is elitist, but we had to have full understanding of the musculoskeletal systems, and we had to have a capacity to draw. I know I talked about this when we talked about the military things before, but doing a drawing versus controlling drawings are such different things. To be able to do 24 drawings a second and not have those drawings jiggle around, like really control it, and like as if it's a 3D model, it does take a certain level of draftsmanship that a lot of, say, cartoony animators may not have. And that's also where some of the elitism comes from, because Disney was centered around doing these believable performances, having characters that could make you cry and laugh and go through this full range of emotional performance. And character performance was at the core of what Disney animation was. When you look at Warner Brothers or Looney Tunes, and looking at, let's say, even with Richard Williams coming on to do Roger Rabbit, Richard Williams' studio was a commercial house in the UK. And I mean, he's an interesting character too, because he draws upon both Warner Brothers and Disney, because he had a close relationship with an animator called Milt Kahl, who was one of these, like, the legendary 9 old men who are the sort of oligarch of the Disney era up until the 70s. And Milt was an exceptional draftsman. And so Richard Williams never worked with Milt, but they had a close personal friendship. And he was a little bit kind of over obsessed with Milt, but he was obsessed with Milt's, that Milt was like the greatest animator ever. But Richard Williams also had a lot of influence by someone named Art Babbitt, who came from the Looney Tunes studios and would teach Richard Williams. And so for me, because I did train, like, even though I was a Disney animator, I was very hungry. And even as a teen, like, that's when I first met Richard Williams as a teenager, because I went to go and do a workshop with him. And because I was like 10 years younger than everybody there, he kind of remembered me. And then later, as I was in school, I was working at a studio with the animator who did, while I was in school, I would work part-time at this studio in Toronto with the animator who animated Baby Herman. And so through that studio, Richard Williams would come in and work, and he remembered me from when I was a little kid, and he would help me a lot. But Richard Williams' way of approaching animation from Art Babbitt, like what I learned through that, was in the Looney Tunes era, they were more about those gags and visual performances and slapstick. And so there was like I don't want to go into the weeds too much, so just please stop me. But like there are things like they would time the animation. We have timing sheets, which are like a timeline but vertical that we can write on with the frames. And they would go through like every 8 frames. So every third of a second would be like a beat. So a lot of Warner Brothers shorts would hit like certain dynamic frames on an 8 count beat because that had a bit more of a rhythmic quality. Whereas a Disney performance would never do that. A Disney performance would take the voice and center the performance around the character voice or around what the emotional character performance needs are. So these were like, just I know like nobody else realizes those things, but those were kind of the distinctions. And then coming to the Tex Avery thing that you brought up, I also find it interesting because I guess he was sort of like we would use the word violent in Tex Avery's work. And I wonder if this also got a little bit not misrepresented, but Tex Avery really like pushed the boundaries of how extreme you could distort the shapes of a character, the silhouettes of a character. So we would call that violent. And he was also the person that pushed timing. And so like when I would teach people, like 2 people that I analyzed, for example, like for the brain, we study how many frames the brain can perceive. So Tex Avery would claim that a brain can perceive 4 frames as a stop. Sorry, operating at 24 frames a second. 4 frames would be a stop. And Milt Kahl said, no, 6 frames is the only thing that an audience will register as a stop. I think it's different. That's a side thing. I think it depends on how you set up the scene. But Tex Avery would push it down to like 4 frames. And so we called his style more violent. But in terms of the actual violence in the sense of like killing, pianos dropping on people's heads, explosions, like all of that stuff, that really wasn't only Tex Avery that developed that. That came out of teams of people that sit around and say, what could we do that's more crazy? So I do feel like that's maybe like, I mean, it's not like it's significant, but it's more just to say that it didn't come down to one man that set the parameters of this kind of visual violence that we see that we see on the screen. This is the mentality of the type of people. And then that's something that I also, I think ties into the speech impediment. And I know that we had talked about this before, but I think the psychology of the animators, even to this day, you have, like, if you put yourself in the head of a 14-year-old upper middle class, privileged white male that probably lives in the suburbs and would think that these things are funny, that's the personality that, like, despite them getting older, like the 9 old men notoriously had, like, they would use their extra money not to support their families, but to build trains in their backyard, and they'd sit around and you see documentaries of them, and their wives just sit there with them smiling nicely and takes care of the family. And then to this day, video, especially in VFX, these guys have their wives taking care of their kids at home while they're staying late at the studio till 11 o'clock at night playing video games. No responsibility to their family or children for the most part, not everyone obviously, but like I feel like you can see these patterns of, like, it's like a 14-year-old boy, that a white male 14-year-old settler male that never had to grow up, and that these kind of things are funny to them. It's not, I don't, like, in that era, I don't think it was conscious in the sense that, like, it was more inherited, privileged, ableist kind of people that just would laugh at all of these kind of like I don't know, like in a bully kind of way or something. Like they just would think these things are funny, and that was the personality. So maybe I'll stop for a bit. Sorry, Dubravka, I know you want to.
No, I mean, this is super fascinating, and I think that, like, some of the when you are talking about this kind of subjectivity of animator, I cannot not think about subjectivity of architects. and the kind of the whole ways of like kind of like the way that architecture is a professional way to professionally identify so kind of close to whiteness, and like that it's really, and then with the death, of course, also amazing. But I just wanted to kind of say something very short, is that what I remember very strongly growing up is that this not in the 80s was this ongoing commentary on the violence, especially of Tom and Jerry, and the way that in which, well, like kind of being like, oh, in Sweden they are actually banned or not shown because the children kind of don't really understand that you can't kind of push someone off the building and they will not come back. So it was a lot of that kind of, this was on the television, and I actually remember I had like a giant like figures of Tom and Jerry kind of puppets and stuff, but it was also always came with that awareness that that's American and the violence is at the kind of core of American kind of interpersonal expressions. This is, kind of considering that was on the period in which so many people in Yugoslavia believe that there is this impossibility of war ever. So, I guess the joke is always on us, but it's something that was always really, really ingrained in my head, that kind of, while Tom and Jerry especially, violence and America is kind of course, it's violent because it comes from there.
It's actually interesting. Sorry, I don't know if this is relevant or not, but we are actually taught the priming tricks to get audiences to accept that kind of violence. Like, we don't question it. Like it was never interrogated, in school. We just learned these things. But just as an example, like in this, maybe I should like talk about it more when we get to the section on Toontown. But you even see that in this film, that when Eddie becomes a cartoon and they set up the elevator sequence of him being a cartoon before they throw him out the window, so that we've primed audiences to think, no, it's okay, he can't get hurt, and then we can throw him out a window. And so we actually learn those things in school. And I do remember like looking at it's fascinating because there are psychological tricks that can desensitize the audience, like, and this is another thing with Disney. This is something that they don't talk about it at Disney, but it was something that I noticed too, is like when we have like a book on how to animate like Donald Duck, Goofy, Mickey, like all this stuff, and I think this is a distinction too between the preciousness of Disney animators, I guess, but these distortions that Tex Avery, this style that can be attributed to Tex Avery or to Looney Tunes, these kind of like, when you distort the body too much, it does become like less believable. So when you look at, say, Mickey, Donald, and Goofy, if you think about these characters, you can't throw Mickey off a cliff. Like if Mickey is hanging off the edge of a cliff, everybody's afraid that he could die. Whereas Donald or Goofy, you're not afraid they could die. And there are psychological tricks to just desensitize you to Donald and Goofy. And that's basically that Mickey operates with more realistic timing, less exaggerated timing than the other two. He doesn't deform as much than the other two. So his movements, his acting performance, his emotions are closer to a more human way of movement. He's more affected by gravity. He's more affected by physics that the other ones aren't. They can have like crazy, things happening, and so the three characters existing in the same world where you're never told through any dialogue or screenplay or anything that there's any difference between them are we can program you to care or disassociate with those different characters through those techniques. So it's just kind of one, like nobody questions why, but we are taught to do that, like to handle certain characters a certain way and others a different way.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds a lot also just like classic performance of commedia dell'arte, things like that you will accept with the exaggerated characters. They become, though the interesting thing about animated, and I will say something, and I'm curious how other people have responded to this, and I'll say it in a minute, but how you create a performance, right? And then what you're then able to accept the performer to do, rather than when you have the more quote unquote realistic performance, they're kind of bound by particular limits, thus you're going to have a different kind of emotional connection, so forth and so on. It's interesting, Samantha, what you're bringing here, because one of the biggest things, and I think I actually had this from a kid about the film, is I never could accept the idea of toons and humans in a movie. It never computed to me. I can articulate now why, and something that you said, I cannot separate animation from the animator. I always know that someone else is drawing it. So this idea that there is a living, breathing Toontown, the whole film, I have always waited to know that there was a guy in the back just drawing everybody. That's what I thought dude was gonna be, who got killed. I thought we'd find out that he was God or some shit, right?
They can't tell you that. They can't tell you.
Right. I thought he'd be like God. Oh, he's not really dead. He's just, or Christopher Lloyd. He would have ended up being their animator, and also a toon. So it's just, and rewatching the movie, like just a block. And then I'll get into the whole thing as we get to the movie, because what they're trying, at least one of the things they're trying to do with the toons, is have this idea of the unliberated performer, and then the liberated performer come through the idea of a cartoon, which is just like shows you what they think about performers and how much they value them in Hollywood. It's pretty hilarious. But yeah, I have a wall, like the wall of logic. It doesn't, because like when Jessica has that joke, I'm drawn this way, I was like, exactly. That's the only time it makes sense, right? I do want to add one thing about Richard Williams, and to be clear for people who don't think we've said it, he was the animation director for the film. So for people who don't know, for these films, you would have a live action person who would do the film, but you also need an animation director, especially at this level, to direct it, right? And, they had this special VistaVision cameras. I don't want to really get into the weeds of that. It's really highly technical, of like motion control. Basically, you can shoot the live action, but then it's prepped to do post-production on it. So really complex process. I think they said the post-production took a year and a half for the film. I think it was about something like that.
I want to say they even directed both parts like separately, almost. Like the animation is like a
some
whole
of it,
separate...
but for the parts, I know this part. When you shoot it, you can't just shoot it on a regular camera. You have to shoot it on a particular camera that can have the post part in it. So when they're shooting the Hoskins scenes or like the Christopher Lloyd scenes, there has to be a special kind of camera work. And I don't want to get into the technical stuff with that now. That is primed to do the post on it later. Otherwise, you'll have like really, really a lot. Actually, it'd be impossible.
I can get into some of that stuff too.
Yeah.
If you all want, because I've worked with stats and stuff too, but also that's kind of how a lot of these VFX productions operate now. Like any Marvel film that you see or anything like that, it's literally the same thing. Like you're going to have an animation director and the stuff is going to be sent to a studio. Like Marvel films are often sent to Framestore, MPC, or whatever. And then you'll have your animation directors.
Can I just pause? I mean, I'll let you go, Samantha. This is also why digital cameras, this is part of the reason why the digital industry wanted to get in there, and the Ks and the 6Ks and the 4Ks. You can go back, Samantha. I just wanted to say, it's part of big tech shit.
I don't know how much we want to go into the weeds of the tech stuff, but I'm curious to talk to you because you know more about the camera work, and I know more about the compositing, post-production, work in, because I've even when I started in 2D, even though obviously I didn't work on Roger Rabbit, I did end up doing a lot of this kind of like when I was working in school with at Chuck Gamage Animation, we were doing like Cheetos commercials and things like this. So we would work with those photostats. And then also when I was at Disney, it was sort, I mean, for the animator, it was the same thing. We had something called Deep Canvas that was invented on Tarzan, which was basically just the 3D environment of like the trees and the vines that like, you know, racist Tarzan would like go around. So like that would have to also be done as photostats because of the moving camera. So I'm happy, I can talk about that part of it, and I'd be curious to know about the camera thing too, but
Dubravka, you did unmute. I mean, I know
Yeah,
before.
I just
don't
wanted
wanna...
to say something that was kind of thinking how, like when you were saying it's like in that Enchanted Forest kind of 86 Yugoslav animating film, there is actually towards the end because it's like it's a magical paintbrush that painter has, and it's kind of diminishing power of it over time. So he kind of less and less can hear people, can understand animals. Animals are all of a sudden more and more like, and he tells them the charge of my kind of paintbrush is diminishing, so I can I can understand you less and less. And then thinking about like this kind of my mom kind of giving me ideological lead of the kind of media studies in a way, how much the kind of whole setup of Yugoslav curriculum was partly also in kind of charged with understanding the conditions of the production, and so that was in a kind of way embedded in some of the films.
So we should get into the movie, but I'll give the quickest version of the motion control technology and why digital has become the preferred. So a lot of it, what it is it's these robotics, right? And they're like these computerized rigs. And what they're able to do is track movements repeatedly, right? So they take these like, because you think about, we get into frames, 24 frames per second in frames and all that type of stuff. Within the frames, it's able to get a precise read. The problem was the reason, you can see it in Roger Rabbit. Sometimes depth of field is off, right? Like there's times that you see Bob Hoskins looking at Roger and you can tell the depth of field can't get it, right? So like there was like limits to the technology, but it was like this complex thing. I don't know how the animation, Samantha will know how the animation end was done of it, but that was the thing, to be able to capture the performance and then have enough ways for the animators to then fill it out, because you need like the complex tracking. I'll say one thing about digital. The sight lines
was a big thing. Yeah.
The sight lines, you couldn't get it. You'll see it.
From our side. Yeah.
Yeah. You can see it. Right. And we would say depth of field for us, it's just off. Right. What digital, the reason why people begin to prefer digital is because when you get into the one of the issues is cropping. So when you have things you have to do, you have to then blow things up more, and you lose resolution. So y'all have seen it with a phone. When you stretch out your images on the phone, they get pixely and they don't look as great, right? Even with old film like that, the more you do the film, it can kind of have a funky character to it, but you would lose resolution. The thing with these things, the reason why you see 4K, 6K, 8K is the ability to basically stretch the image and not lose resolution or have ability to play with it. So now part of the reason why they prefer digital so much is because it gives more latitude. And I can only imagine within like the VFX stuff. I don't know VFX. I just know that, like, you know, whenever I've given it to a VFX person and they ask me, what did you shoot it in? I shot it in 6K. They go, thank you, you know, because they know they have a lot of latitude to kind of work, rather than if I gave them in 1080p, which is HD, they'd be like, all right, I only got so much room. Let's see how this works. All right. And yeah, but I'll pass it to Samantha.
Well, yeah, no, like the VFX thing is actually something I ended up participating a lot in, because I'd be asked to go on like green screen sets and work with the actors with the understanding of what we were going to be, you know, filling in with animation. Right now, I mean, certain things are easier, and I know that like my colleagues that had worked in stop motion had this, but you know, now when we're shooting, they've also got a you know, like something that we can just rewatch like right away, like that we can sort of replay the digital right away, and we can superimpose on site like roughly where the animation is going to be. We have something that we call previs, where it's like not really animated, but it's like 3D models sort of moving through the space, and the cameras are determined in previs, and then we can kind of almost do that live now, which wouldn't have been an option, during Who Framed Roger Rabbit. But I do think, with Who Framed Roger Rabbit, they also just did really extensive storyboarding, like really tight storyboarding. So when they went in to do every shot, they had already had like poses drawn out for the characters, like where they need to be. I think that they would have, I can't speak to this for sure, but I would assume that they even had like photographs that they took on set and incorporated them with boards, just to make sure that they could get the things like roughly where they needed to be. But the sightline thing was like a huge thing. And I know that they did a double process because they did 2 shots. They would shoot the actors with like a sort of dummy model, like a toy model that was built of the characters. So the actors could like look at them or touch the model. But then obviously that takes up, like they didn't really do green screen back then the way that we're doing it now. So they didn't have like, the model wasn't green and could be like pulled out digitally. So they would have to do another shot where they're just interacting with air or with like whatever robotics that they had built to, I don't know, take off, Eddie's hat or to do like certain things, and they'd have to act, and the actors would have the memory of having just interacted with the toy. So they had like a sense of how to get their eye lines right, but that wasn't always perfect, because like I know I know Andreas talks about this a lot, like because he did a lot of that. Like one of his scenes was the one where Roger was hiding out in Eddie's apartment, and he's like on the bed and moving around, and there were a lot of things where just for animators you'd have to figure out, like maybe like put, like if Eddie is looking up here, like lift the character's hand up or do something with the ears so that it makes sense that Eddie would be looking over the character's head instead of at the character, since they wouldn't go back and reshoot that. So a lot of the animation was adapted to meet those sight lines, or like to sort of make it work. And it didn't always, work well in every instance, but I think a lot of that, like the initial filming, even with this idea of having like these puppets or trying to direct them, that set is like, I'm just thinking of the work that I've done on VFX productions, and at least we had the option that I could like live look at the performance on the camera and then literally walk up to the actor and tell them, okay, you got to look a little lower, or you need to give it a little bit more space over here. And we could do that instantly, whereas they couldn't do that on that film. So it would have been very challenging and stuff.
Yeah, it's all math guessing.
Yeah.
I think back in the days for a lot of stuff. Go ahead, Jay.
I was just gonna say, I believed every minute of it. I thought all the tunes were real. I thought they lived with human beings. I don't know what you all are talking about. So I'm the mark, and yeah, we can. But on that note,
everyone would be happy to hear that. Like I know like all the guys that worked on that would probably just be like, really.
No, they're cartoons. Sorry.
Like the Disney animator.
I watched Peter Pan, and I ran around my house trying to fly. Like, you have no idea how I was in the world of cartoons as a kid. Like, I did not separate cartoons from reality at all.
No, I mean, we can do it as we talk about the thing. I think it kind of, it's like another end of Samantha's point, and the way that my imagination works. If they were real, they would have been lesser to me. It's the fact that they weren't of human capability and they weren't in the human world was the reason why I would be into them. Especially when I got into anime, there was like a certain kind of idea that they were an ideal beyond human ability. And then this kind of reduced them. And I was like, boo.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
so,
I don't know.
so yeah,
Go
ahead.
I don't know if I actually thought about them, whether they're real or not, but it was a bit of like an expanding. You kind of actually also kind of expanding that, what is the possible interaction, that you can have.
Yeah.
And that you can, and I guess, and then it's maybe also in relation to this elm chanted forest is like, yeah, we just need little bit and then we will be able to talk with animals. So why not then have that type of interaction with toons as someone who has a life which is beyond the life you see in a cartoon. Like they have jobs. They are like, and you know, like in Yugoslavia, everybody was a worker. So like, of course, toons are also workers.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say it's just like it just has to be, like the exposition, like that's what we focus on, right? Because for us, it's always about believability, like to get people to believe in your animation. So the exposition just has to be done right, and you see that they're constantly doing that kind of exposition in Who Framed Roger Rabbit, like even starting it as a fully animated cartoon and then bringing you out of that, so you're already positioned now that this animation world exists in reality. If they hadn't started with that animated short, it'd be a lot harder to onboard the audience to like accept that. Like that was a really clever way to accept that integration, and it's a similar version to like what I said with what they do with Eddie in the elevator when he gets into the elevator in Toontown, and then we can see him being squished at the bottom of the elevator or stuck on the ceiling, like at the top of the elevator and stuff, and he gets a little cartoony. It just it can, these things will, if you set those things up, people will believe. But I did want to just say one quick thing, because you had mentioned the compositing and the post-production. That was done on, you know, matte layers, like in the same way that they would burn like film credits at the end. Like everything that's on black will not, like you can layer it, but if it's black and absent of color, it won't appear on the other layers. It'll be like in like it doesn't burn into the film, so you can reshoot on the same. I don't know if I'm making sense. Like anything that's black will not expose the film. So all of those layers, like you'd have a layer of light that would just be like the little cut, like let's say it's on me and there's like a bit of light here, everything else will be black, colored black, and then that gets exposed on the film, so only this bit will appear on the film exposure. So they were able to do all of these layers to create all of those effects on the animation by using those matte kind of things. But there is one thing that, because I feel like that was what was interesting to me, like watching the Discovery Channel or that like, you know, these online videos, because Jared sent me one also on Andor, when all these people do these compilations and they want to show how much they know and they keep derailing that all these things are happening. And it's very weird to me to watch these, because they curate the information in such a way as to make the mythology of this story exceptional, like as if they were insider, like some kind of insider secret. But I do want to say that like this is not the only animated film that's gone through like crazy reiterations. Like even at Disney, Mulan, I think was like 10 or 11 years of post-production just to figure out that story. And the same thing with Tangled. Tangled was a completely different film. I know that this is more in-house, but it was a completely different film when it started. It was like a more traditional Rapunzel, and that took over like 10 years. And the director, Glenn Keane, had a heart attack like during the production. So then Byron took over as director, and then the story changed. And these kind of things like happen like all the time. But I feel like sometimes when I watch these videos, like these stories are almost told like it was exceptional to that film, but a lot like that's almost like commonplace. Like Frozen was completely different. Like this, you know, this kind of Daenerys Targaryen villainess, or not, sorry, heroine of Frozen started out as a dark-haired villain, like queen character in that, and it evolved. So that's kind of just part of the process, like in general, is it constantly goes through like all these, like I can't speak obviously to strictly, like I've never worked on like a strictly live action performance that didn't have the sort of spectacle area that I work in, but we don't work like there's a screenplay and we work off of that. The film is like a whole process of storyboards, and then the screenplay will be sometimes written at the same time, sometimes coming in after. Sometimes people are credited because they were the final person to just kind of revamp the screenplay, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they crafted the story they just wrote the screenplay once the story is crafted. So that's also another part of the process, is that in these kind of films, it's not just the vision of a script writer or the vision. And that's what I liked about what I like about this conversation with Roger Rabbit, is that in other conversations I've had, I've been trying to tell people, like, the director is not the sole, like, this is a crafted, like, institutional project. And I think this film really goes to show that this film, like, of course, there's different flavors that different directors would bring, but you can, like, I think what this exposes is that there was a film that the studios had an intention to make, and they needed to find a director. It's not like a director comes along, like my argument with Coogler and Black Panther. It's not like a director comes along and creates a revolutionary, radical piece for the people. They're finding these people, and they did that with Voice of Hindrajab. They will find them to make their film. So sorry, those are just the little, like, bits that I wanted to throw in there.
So the film starts off, like Samantha had kind of said, like with a kind of an animated thing, right? You have Roger and was it Baby Herman, right? And they kind of do like the it's like the typical kind of, at least from how I perceive it, like, big Looney Tunes style, calamity piece, right? You're left, the human you don't see, you only see their feet, though you get the baby human, right? And then you have the rabbit. So it's like familial things that I definitely, especially kids in the 80s by that time, had been so familiar with, from everything from like Muppet Babies, all types of shit, to seeing, these kind of familiar like tropes. And you kind of get like the whole thing where, it's like the calamity thing. And what's interesting to me about all that stuff is I find the long Americana tropes of areas like the home, the housewife, the baby, the babysitter who's incapable, how an animal becomes a stand-in for a doofus to kind of distance yourself, because America, I don't think it's America. Well, no, I'm not going to say actually the clown or the what's another word for it in theater, different versions of that. The fool, that's what I was looking for. The fool is like a typical kind of regurgitated. So Roger is immediately shown to be the fool in that kind of way, right? He's like a fool, but the fool always has to kind of like take care of something. And they always ended up finishing the job in spite of their foolishness, right? They can always do it. And it's interesting to me how these things, the long stay of these kinds of ideas, and like it goes into particular anxieties. I know I'm a parent with a kid, not that young, but 2.5, I worry about her climbing on shit all the time. Now that she can talk, and she gets silent, I just know to go find her in the room. Like, what you doing? Oh shit, why you up there? Like, it's part of life. So kind of tapping into that anxiety, but the representation of that anxiety in particular kind of American trope things, I find to be very interesting, right? With the kind of end of the gag being, oh, they're not tunes, they're actually actors. Right. And like, it's a clever thing. And like, it's funny, but then it's interesting as we go on. But yeah, that's the, the kind of opening sequence. We can like jump into any parts of that we want.
But also that there's kind of a moment in which they cut, because like Roger Rabbit has to kind of do the stars, and he's doing the kind of little birds. The birds thing, and that's kind of a whole thing. It's like, because that is kind of get complicated to form like your Tumes kind of thing, because it's a way like he has to act the animation. There is not an animator who draw like, oh yeah, it's well, like he's in a full-on kind of control of the expression, and then the control of expression, he kind of survives doing all those things, and then like makes a 23rd mistake of kind of like, there are no stars, they are but That aside, I was like very like there is like this scene is like a greatest hit scene of all the cartoons and Suburbia Bliss. Like it's all like Tom and Jerry and Muppet Babies merged in one. And then when they stop, you see it short. You see like the legs are just the legs. It's not actually a full-on character, but like the tune is just the legs, mom's legs, which I thought it was like so great that basically what you see is what the tune is.
I thought the dynamics with the two, like to what you're both saying. I think there's that interesting element, you know, we see that motif repeated, that these tunes that are, you know, a segregated group, that there is still this white American perspective that is like they're happy as they're in their place, and they just want to make, like, they live to make us happy, they live to serve us, like that is their purpose. And so, you know, there's that constant reinforcement of that idea that these tunes, like their ultimate happiness is making these people happy. And then there's also interesting dynamics within the tunescape, because you have tiers of these tunes. Like you have the animal tunes, like Roger. You have two white human tunes that are the only ones that are actually not ridiculous, which are Jessica and Baby Herman. I mean, they're tropey, but they're the only ones that are like, they understand the plan. Like Jessica is capable of figuring things out. Like she puts, you know, she's the competent one of the tunes, you know, when she teams up with Eddie. Like she's the only one that you could like, that actually like seems to have some common sense. And same thing with Baby Herman when he shows up. I know, sorry, I'm jumping ahead, but like when he shows up and or even the way that he goes off set, he's like not as ridiculous as Roger. Like he also is the one that knows that there was a will and knows that these things are happening. So it's only Jessica and Baby Herman, the two human white tunes that are in the whole story, that are actually the ones that are somewhat more intelligent. Every other tune is completely ridiculous. And then you have the lower level of tune that is sort of sentient, like the shoes that get killed in the dip just to demonstrate. And nobody has an issue that he committed a murder in front of like old, like Doom as a demonstration of his dip. He murders a sentient shoe because there's like a sort of, because they can't speak English, they're considered another level, like a different tier level. So even within this marginalized tunescape, there's these different hierarchies of tune. And I actually just did want to bring up one point, because I feel like they did the same thing in Fantastic Four, and I just keep seeing these tropes like over and over again. But they do have like a bit of there is like one black actor in the film, and he's one of the workers in the bar.
Yeah.
As
a kind of a soldier, post-war soldier kind of. He's in the soldier uniform and like with the head. So there is one black.
There's one black actor, and then they also have, you know, sort of a bit of an ableist commentary or something, because in the bar of working class people, you did have a couple characters that were not as able as the other actors. So you have this kind of weird false socialist diversity reconstruction in the bar. Like, I don't know what their commentary exactly, you know, was on that, but I do find that it's really interesting, because it's like, it's not that, like, it would be, I would say that it would be inherited naive racism if the entire cast was white, but it wasn't, because they had strategic placement of different people and strategic absence of everybody else as well. So they have, like, you know, and they did this in Fantastic Four. There were a couple black actors like that could exist only in the context that was that was how they want to control a group of people, and then all other races are just wiped from existence, you know, that there's no brown, there's no like nothing else. And And I think they did a lot of that. And speaking of the suburban thing, they also set up. Well, we could maybe I'll stop and I'll save it.
But I think just to add a little bit, there is also Betty Boo, because I think like it's a third kind of human tone with that brief heartbreaking scene that that she's black and white, and then like this, so there is that kind of
that's right, the Betty Boo.
So and then there is that kind of the connection between like the bar scene where the train conductor is like slammed drunk because he was laid off, and then there is that kind of, which in a way does excavate some of the hidden background of LA, which we can get into, because it is so much about kind of LA film.
Well, it's kind
of what motivates, and so in a way, it is that first suburban scene versus the city.
Yeah. So what I think is kind of, so you can use it with the film, because what happens is, so once you get out of that, you get right into Eddie. And one of the other things about Hollywood trope storytelling is the kind of mythology of the detective story, which is very much about an LA kind of thing. I mean, the film is totally aping Chinatown. They even admit it. They say, we wanted to just do a version of Chinatown, right? So it's totally doing that. People don't know Chinatown is the very famous Jack Nicholson film from the 70s, Roman Polanski, so forth and so on. So kind of like, because then you get the shot where you discover that the tunes are really actors, and like Rogers, like he's not doing the performance well. It's funny. Dubravka said something that made me realize, I also realized probably why I couldn't compute this in my head. I've been a performer for a very long time. I don't know performance like that. Performance since I was a kid. Shit don't make no sense to me. That's not performance. I can't have stars in my head. If I'm that fucking hurt, I'm going to the fucking ER. It does not make any sense to me. So I think that's probably why, even as a young person, it couldn't compute to my brain. Anyway, so you get back to Eddie's character, and it starts with something that, and I think it kind of connects to something that Samantha was saying, is that you get this idea that he doesn't like being there, and he doesn't like cartoons, and he doesn't like tunes. And this, to me, and I can talk about the totality of it, is to me a very comfortable way that liberals go to justify racism and prejudice. And I hate it. The fact that someone from the group did something to you or your family, and thus you have a reason to hate it. It's something that is used in American movies so fucking much. And I forgot about that his brother his brother was killed by a tune. And I'm like, so thus he hates tunes. So now you kind of get an emotional understanding of why you will hate the other group. And I'm like, fuck that bullshit. And it's something that they always love to do it. But that's something you're kind of immediately put in, as he's your emotional center protagonist, that you're supposed to empathize with his quest to become whole, right? That he has this racist or tunist, whatever you want to call it, or speciesist. I don't know. I don't know how we place this thing with tunes, Jay.
Yeah, no, I appreciate all the commentary, thus far. I think you're all like touching on things that this film, does, and some of the problematics of it, as well as interesting aspects of it to some extent, right? Like, tunes are clearly supposed to recognize some form of racialized community, right? And there's different expectations around. I mean, I think what's interesting about it to me, right, is that there's a way to watch this movie as a critique of animation and a lot of what is being done through animation that is interesting, right? Like, so talking about the subjection to violence, right? And that violence being for the benefit of an audience and being egged on by white creators / directors, right? And that you, in order to do your job correctly, like, you have to basically do it so well that you can make stars come out of your head, not just birds, right? And this kind of thing. There is some interesting, I think, to what you were talking about, Samantha, open acknowledgement by the creators of the film of that kind of sordid history of the role that animation plays within, they probably wouldn't, I would say empire, right? They wouldn't say that necessarily, right? Them, it's more of a like a racial commentary than it is like, you know, world systems or imperialist kind of commentary. Um, but I think Mtume is exactly right. I mean, one, we've talked before on this series about objections that people have, and I think Mtume, you talked about this, and one of our other guests, I think, talked about it as well, of the problem of something like cartoons or animals or whatever standing in for Black people. I think in this case, it's supposed to be Mexican people, right? So this is just given LA's history, because at the time that a lot of these votes were getting bought up and this kind of stuff was prominent, the sort of themes of the movie, it was actually the Mexican community that was primarily targeted with those kinds of tactics within LA. Um, but regardless, like whatever it stands in for, whether it's supposed to be Black people, whether it, I don't think it's ever supposed to be that precise within the film. Um, you know, what does it say, right, about kind of liberalism that like we have to create it as a story of cartoons or animals or something like that to tell that story, that we can't have like real, you know, discussion about it that's straightforward? And how much do the themes kind of land or hold up as the movie develops, I think is part of what becomes real questionable with this movie to some extent, you know, is like how much is it kind of, if that's what it's trying to do, how much does it just sort of lose the plot as time goes on and fail to land any kind of meaningful message around it? But yeah, so you get that Hoskins, like you said, that replacement of um structural racism, which is interesting because in some ways this film is starting to want to have a conversation about structures when it talks about, you know, but it does it through a conspiratorial lens, and we can come back to that. Um, and then a lot of it is interpersonal, right? Like Hoskins just hates Toons because they killed his brother. That's what we find out. It's not, he actually loved Toons, and we come back to his own affinity and his own Toon-like self at a certain point. But you know, one of them killed his brother, and so this justifies why he's a bigot, and everybody kind of recognizes him as an anti-Toon bigot at a certain point.
And he was a cop. Like he came from being a cop, and then his brother and him suddenly became like the white saviors of Toons. Like Toons couldn't solve their own crimes. It had to be like the valiant brothers that were like the knights in shining armor for them.
Like, which is Nar tropes, which is a Nar trope. That's a Nar trope, right? You have the cops who splinter off to do a more better deed, so they serve either the working class, women, people of color, right? Something like that. Immigrants who are, it's in so many of those pre-code and even code like noir films. You have that. It's like this thing. He was half Toon.
Well, so there's just, I will just say, like, it's very brief, but I noticed it in this version, and I don't think I really noticed it as a kid. Is like there's that moment in his office where it's showing pictures from their past, and an important thing is that he's from his family's circus. He's part of the Ringling Brothers, right? And this is not something that's ever discussed. It comes up in the ending, but so that I think that half Toon joke is kind of real to some extent. Of he's supposed to be a clown who became a cop, right? And that becomes the the connection to the Toon world.
But there is also that moment when that kind of the normalized, like when all the Toons are like, oh, why does he hate Toons? And then like Toon killed his brother, and then the shock of the Toons. Oh, someone like there is a bad apple among us in the like that idea that each Toon stands for one the same. So that kind of reinforces this idea that, you know, like you are there, they exist for, so their satisfaction is satisfaction of a human.
Yeah,
which really normalizes that trope.
Yeah, and that is there in the film. Like, it's okay for a human to kill a Toon, but it's like shocking. It's not even like it's not even portrayed as hypocritical. It's just the Toons would never never do that. Like, how does that happen?
Yeah, I mean, and we can get into it later, but I also do think they're specifically also talking about what they think about performers in general. And I don't think, and I've known this from experience, society typically doesn't have a great deal of respect for performers in general as well, unless they become mega stars, right? The movie star is different from then the rank and file performer, right? The day player. It has a much different kind of social attitude and social respect when it comes, especially if you're taking it back to like the 30s and things before that, people who were part of traveling troops, so forth and so on. You're doing kids games. You're not a real worker, right? You don't actually deserve that kind of respect. You're not a laborer like other people. I wanted to kind of jump towards, so because he gets his deal to go out and take some like illicit pictures, but now we can get it, and then they kind of open it up to like the grander LA, and they open up to the red car. And I wonder if Dubravka, if you want to kind of jump into talking. Yeah.
Can I just say one thing when he leaves the office to like that, again, like that was sort of where I, was noticing like the animals versus human tunes, because all, like, to what you're saying with the performers, all of the tunes that are just hanging around a lot as extras, they're all animal tunes. Like, you don't see a human in that entire mix of all these tunes. There wasn't a like Baby Herman, or like there's a status, between the performers.
Dumbo's on lease.
Yeah, Dumbo's on lease.
Right, which it's just like so
and works for
fucking
peanuts, and works for peanuts,
and
works for peanuts.
Yeah, and it's like funny, like, and then all
but it's
those
like
tunes, like the Fantasia, Ostrich, and there was like a bunch of the animal characters that were all around the lot, but there were no human tunes before just that moment while he's getting to the streetcar, like that little bit.
No, but there is also one more where like a brooms, so the maintenance tunes. I mean, my obsession by maintenance. So the kind of the maintenance tunes, like the broom, the Santa, they're like they're like a kind of a whole battalion of brooms, two brooms, which are really like, of course it's like always someone else who does.
And it's actually
the work
interesting
of reproductive labor.
And then speaking of licensing, though, it's interesting because those Fantasia brooms are usually with Mickey Mouse with the magic hat, but he wasn't present. And, that, like, again, like, I feel, I know there's the licensing thing that, like, there was the bug, like, if Bugs Bunny was going to be in the film, he had to have the same amount of screen time as Mickey Mouse. So there is a little bit of that in, behind the scenes thing. But, like, I don't think they would have put Mickey Mouse, like, even if there isn't that condition, I don't think they would have put Mickey Mouse there, because it would change that dynamic of the, like, Mickey Mouse is a slightly like more elevated,
I wouldn't even say slightly. I would say he's majorly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wanted to transition to like, because you start opening up to LA, and you get the introduction of like the trolley red car, which is how he travels, and he sits on, instead of he can't sit on the he can't afford it, right? He can't afford to get onto the car, so like he sits on the bumper, I guess would that be the bumper, right? The bumper of it with the other poor kids, who speak like this and all that, the good old trope of the kids, all that bullshit that you constantly hear from movies from that. But he begins talking about, I mean, he has like the famous line, but it's interesting because this is like starting the kind of idea of like the old LA that was taken from the people, or the LA. So long, mister. Thanks for the cigarettes. Thanks for the cigarettes. Right?
But, no, it's the kids give cigarettes to him. You're like, they are thanking him. He thanks kids for the cigarettes.
That bit where he gets, like, that's the other interesting thing about this LA that I guess is the gentrified LA compared to what we will see in Toontown later. But when he gets off that streetcar to go to the bar, right, the streets in LA, and that we see that also with the chase scene later. This LA is full of, like, there's women with baby carriages, couples walking their dogs. It's like the people on the street, there's children running and playing. It's like a suburban street in this, like, this LA is very, like, white picket fence suburban, but with an LA backdrop. And when they get on that taxi cab later, when they're escaping, they almost hit a woman with her tram with a baby. And I just thought that was interesting too, because they show a very gentrified suburban style of living in this LA versus like what we will see in Toontown later.
I mean, I guess so.
Yeah,
so
well-
I'm not necessarily. Yeah, I'm not because in a way that also is an urban scene. Like people do have like in a cities which are not car oriented, you actually do have all those things on the street. So I think that it's. I did not necessarily, but it is that kind of a city as a mixing pot, like mixing of various different that you can actually have a laid off trolley driver, a veteran or like a soldier, black soldier, the falling apart, the private detective, and a woman with I'm not sure that necessarily that's like kind of a it's because we see it in the moment in which, in a way, not necessarily a gentrification kicks in, but it's actually this kind of this destruction of public.
But it's a different demographic that's cast in the bar than when he gets off in the street. It's very clean. Like it's not a diverse group of people. It's literally families. It's couples in very nice clean clothes with little children like running in the streets. There's no other people. There's no workers on the street. There's no nothing else. It's very much this like very like settler suburban perfect, like this imaginary perfect clean streets, and then the dynamic changes when he enters the bar. We then have the working class people, we have a bit more diversity, a bit more of like a Hollywood view of a socialist space, I guess. But that was something that I noticed on those streets. The streets, like you could have changed them to white picket fences. It wasn't a diverse group of people. The only difference was the little kids on the tram, but they didn't get off when Eddie got off. They kept going. But everybody, if you look at the people if you look at the extras on the street, everything is like a suburban residential feeling.
I would say it's more like urban professional than residential, because the kind of the women are more portrayed as like a women, like, I mean, it definitely is a scene of gentrification, and it's definitely like super white middle class and upper, but I don't necessarily think it's so much, because it is a forced urban life, because you see like women shopping, people doing the kind of something that is less associated with the kind of a picket fence thing. There is a street life, which is so it's definitely, you go down this dark bar where kind of the leftover, those who are left behind in this transformation, in the leftovers of the kind of a system from prohibition, there is that kind of whole like a secret panic button that she can place, but then there is this kind of a street life with cars taking over. But I'm not 100% sure that that's necessarily like suburban coded. It's more like kind of urban street life, which is in transformation coded. But that could be also just a kind of my like insisting on being very present, because there is a racial component of like within that kind of a purifying urban life as well, which is not just suburban life, which is kind of white and other, and then urban. There is this, especially in this moment in the kind of in the 40s. But I think that there is also this thing in which like LA is so product of real estate speculation on its own, that even the kind of the proper, that it's not just about the proper suburb, but it's every kind of whole LA is. I pulled out the Bible, the Mike Davis's City of Quartz, as
Yeah.
a way to. And he says like such a great at the beginning of the because basically the whole first chapter is called Sunshine or Noir, and he really kind of goes through these tropes, and he says like the LA was the first and above all the creature of real estate capitalism, the culminating speculation, in fact, with the generations of boosters and promoters who had subdivided and sold the West from the Cumberland Gap to the Pacific. And then at the very end of that page, he says that kind of LA is the paradox of the first post-industrial city in its pre-industrial guise. So in that way, I think it's in the fact that it kind of mixes this, it makes it again the way that it's really not clear what is othered. It also kind of obfuscates that our capacity to read spatially.
Yeah. This is, I mean, I really. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just want just add to what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, this touches on something that Ntume and I have talked about a little bit before, also on a kind of different register, right? Of movies that Ntume you've talked about as suburban, where I'm like, actually, that's small town. But what I think that Dubravka is talking about too is that there is, especially with LA, but even kind of anything west, especially west of the Rockies, but maybe even you could argue west of the Mississippi to some extent, that these cities are all they can have a very suburban feel to them. The small towns can have a very suburban feel to them, and these distinctions become a little bit less meaningful because what you are talking about across the board is real estate capitalism and settler colonialism, like all the way. And so there isn't really a time. Gentrification almost, to me, becomes a little bit less useful as a term in that context. Like nowadays, I think you can talk about it in terms of how the cities are like reformulating themselves and so on. But in the beginning, it was all this like real estate speculation, and even these red cars, like to bring it back to the movie for a second, I think is interesting. So the red cars, which are, they make the joke about LA has the best public transportation. Like, why would I have a car? He says that to the kid. LA did have one of the best public transportation systems in the world, which the reason that's so funny is because it absolutely has the worst. Like, it's terrible, right? There is no public transportation. But it was true. However, with a caveat that is not really properly talked about in this film, although it is sort of, you can sort of see it through the lines, which is that it was never a publicly owned public transportation system. And so it was privately owned sort of mass transit. And so these red cars were owned by real estate firms.
Yeah.
And the reason that they were owned was because they would build what were called streetcar suburbs so that they could then bring communities straight off of these lines into the downtown, area, or into where the workplaces exist. And of course, this is all replaced, which is like the plot of this whole film, by the auto industry in, kind of the General Motors conspiracy, which we'll talk about as this unfolds. But yeah, I mean, it's also
the tool for building, like it's kind of the last, you're reaching the frontier, like you're reaching the oceans. So it's like the last kind of expansion of settler colonialism and claiming land. And so the whole train system was precisely, Jared, what you're saying. You're moving people's ability to move, and then it is not publicly owned. It's Mike Davis calls the Pacific Electric mob, these who were like the alliance between Isaiah Hellman and Harry Huntington. And they were, as a way to kind of claim more and more land and subdivide and create suburbs, they needed to have, And then there is a moment in which there is not, you kind of get to the very end of that. And then the nickel, the like soup, and then there is it stops being affordable to subsidize the kind of the trains, the price of train to move people around, and then the oil and freeways kick in as a way of, so it is that kind of a super romanticized view, and then there is there is that also so many of these freeways went through tore down the kind of the racialized neighborhoods. Not so. I think that there is that reference to Mexicans, but there is one of the most famous ones was Sugar Hill was torn down by Santa Monica Freeway, which was the where a lot of black actors were living. So there is that. So there was this really at the core of that kind of whole LA project as a spatial project is so kind of WASP. So in that period, already in after Second World, I mean, this starts already before the second, but especially after Second World War, when so much the whole coast gets more and more diversified. Actually, kind of LA becomes more and more white, Anglo-Saxon, and the use of kind of culture in the early 20th century, especially film, to really promote that image of sunny kind of really because LA is also artificially created, as it doesn't have any of the reasons. It doesn't have a natural port. It doesn't. So it's a really like that. We need a real estate speculation. We need to sell this. So we need also to make it appealing to suck all those pension savings of the Midwest and everybody who's gonna. So it's a really. I mean, it's an absolutely amazing kind of space through which one can, city through which one can understand the ways in which the kind of spatial politics and all other politics really sit. So it's a kind of spatial fix before the spatial fix was theorized 60 years later. And then there is the whole labor component, because it was famously famously constituted itself in opposition to San Francisco, which was super unionized, and at that time, the most unionized city in the U.S. So the whole open shop principle. So it kind of really had to appeal, which also, in a way, that Mike Davis really says that's if you actually look through that lens, the whole idea of LA being progressive really just kind of falls into pieces. It was always super conservative. And it was and we see a little bit of that in the film when you think the driver loses a job, the Betty Boop loses her job. So there is that kind of distraction of the working class in the film, whether they're toon working class or human working class.
Yeah, I think that's interesting, because you kind of bigging off of that point and going to the movie, because then, as Hoskins is starting to chase, the guy he gets to go to these pictures, he goes to this club, right? This underground club, where you got the whatchamacallit, the slit. What is it called?
So I think they call it the Rot Gut Room, which Rot Gut whiskey was low grade whiskey, but it also what it's a reference to is Prohibition, right? So during Prohibition, they're drinking back there so nobody can see them, and they have the little slit to keep their eye out for people, right? And
so you're getting your Cotton Club kind of reference. Funny enough, I think Bob Hoskins' first American movie was The Cotton Club. It's a little interesting kind of tidbit. So you get that, you get in there, kind of Cotton Club vibe. And you go into this place, and it's, all humans watching, and it's tunes serving and performing for. I'll finish this point, and then and this. What I find interesting to this, if you think about the labor politics, is, and the mentality that I don't think that they realize they're espousing, is the worker that you want, if the dream of the capitalist is the worker who loves to work for you no matter what, right? And they're tireless, right? They'll work to the bone, so forth and so on. And you begin to see how the tunes are kind of constituted. They are performance, right? And service of humans is literally their purpose, right? So it is their ontological, like, actual thing here. And it gets interesting because it's like an admitting. I read it as an admitting of anyone in a power position, from directors to producers to studio heads, that why can't regular performers just be like this? Why the fuck can't they just be like this? But this also goes to how capitalists think about workers generally. If you think about why so many of them love AI, they want to get rid of the worker. The worker is a fucking, like, it is a problem. You got to feed them. They complain. Sometimes they strike. Sometimes they want to do revolutions, all types of shit, right? We need something that just does what we want it to do. And you get into this space because even with the Betty Boop part, right? Because she's now black and white. I mean, she always was black and white, and color is now prominent. She's now, out of fashion. So she has to go find herself another job. But that's speaking that her only thing of her purpose is to serve, right? Is to be a server, right? And then of course the sexualization of her, so forth and so on. And then of course you get to Jessica Rabbit, which is like, this is her big entrance to everything. I mean, there's a lot of other things within the scene we can go into, but I find that when I watched it, I was like, I'm seeing what they're admitting. And with the omission of what you're talking about, Dubravka, of workers and the building of a city, right? And the understanding of how this happens, right? And kind of what Samantha and Ariel was talking about, where you basically see this, you don't know what's happening. That's also a very LA thing, I have to say. LA, the people who come to LA, having lived there twice, right? They like this idea that you don't see who builds the shit. It's a big part of LA, right? And they try to make the city in that way. I think it's part of the reason why, as much as they would like to like make these weird, and I'm talking about people who are like, I'm talking about people, entertainment industry people, and people who move there, people who settle there. I'm talking about them. Not, shout out to all our LA folks who are from there, long histories there. I'm not talking about y'all. I'm talking about the people who come there for the entertainment industry. They come there to make a life shaped the way they want it. And as much as they like to bemoan, oh, LA could have had public transit, they don't really want to ride a train with the workers. They don't want to ride the bus with the workers. They prefer that shit.
I mean, you have just kind of briefly, I mean, for two things. One is like that scene in which like all the penguins are all the servers are penguins, and that kind of reminded me of my ex, actually, who was from who is a kind of Serbian ethnic minority in Croatia, and then in his neighborhood in the 90s they kind of kept calling him penguin as the way of like kind of acknowledging that he's kind of, there's kind of nationalism, but also being like, you are kind of, which kind of gets very funny because he's like a Linux programmer. So it's kind of, one could say that they actually knew about Linux, but no, it was not that. But there is something about like, so you have that kind of a whole like, Disney is actually much more kind of then in the context of like LA as a space through which like one of the first most mediated city, which really creates that idea of what specific city, and the kind of the whole problem of switching to the types of lights, public lights and LED lights, how the LA will lose its cinematic atmosphere. But then you have Disney with their theme parks and this kind of construction of total landscape, which really normalizes the idea of like kind of even further. So if you have suburbs which normalize one type of idea, then you have Disney which really normalizes like idea of the mediated landscape. So much so that you don't like do you live in LA or like New York or all these cities where to kind of experience the film that you are expected to do, to be desiring, or to actually live? And it's really where this is constructed as well, through the also studio system, and then like really expansion of Disney into Disney World, where then of course you have the pseudo public space and all those kind of categories of like, if we just give a representation of life, we are actually controlling everything.
Y'all left out my favorite part, which is Daffy and Donald having a piano off to Hungarian Rhapsody too.
No, we left it for you, bro. I knew you were gonna hit that. I'm gonna lay that out for you. It was the handoff, Chris Paul.
I mean, you know, and then what is it, Daffy? It's Daffy that says that he talks about Donald's speech impediment, which of course, like, Daffy has one as well, right? Like this kind of recognition that they all do. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just joking. I don't really have anything that insightful to say about that scene. There's also, as somebody pointed out in the chat, the gag about, you know, give me a scotch on the rocks, I mean ice, right? And he comes and the scotch is actually literally has a rock in it. You know, there's a lot of that. I know we won't talk about that stuff because there's not really any meaning in any of that kind of humor. But that is a lot of the type of humor that goes on throughout the whole film.
Yeah, I just want to add, like, it's interesting, as somebody that came in, like when I lived in LA, I came in through this industry. So I was immediately, like, I was brought into the studio space. Like that was all I knew were these lots. And I do remember thinking that, you know, like just, I mean, I never liked LA, so I kind of tried to get out of there as fast as possible and work on projects outside of LA. But I remember thinking that as somebody, like when you come in to this space and all of the lots that I'd work on, like the Disney animation lot, or I'd go visit friends on the DreamWorks lot, they're all constructions. Like the DreamWorks lot has a river through it with little like restaurants along the river. And so the colleagues that I worked with would never leave these spaces. And I used to just always wonder, because these were the only people I knew in LA, and this is how I was introduced to LA. I would just always ask myself, like, why do other people live here? Like, what is LA outside of this? And these are things where, you know, to what you were saying about like not wanting to see the rest of LA, like I always remember that at the awards ceremonies, you know, you go to the Academy Awards and you have all these people, unhoused people, like on the streets, and they erect these like, you know, walls or something that will, these celebrities get out of their limo and they just walk onto the carpet from their limo, and they're protected by these barriers. And the cameras are all looking down at the red carpet so that you don't see what's beyond these walls on the other side. And that's literally what's happening, is you just have these people that are just wearing their couture dresses, walking by a very thin separator that's separating that between them and unhoused people that are pushed aside for this ceremony to take place. It's so dystopian. And just another thing, you know, like you bringing up the idea of like the public transit in LA and that these people complain about it. But I know like colleagues that I worked with, there were people at Disney, like animators, people at Disney, that they would buy these like I think sometimes up to 50,000, probably more, 50,000 a year memberships at a restaurant that you still have to pay for your food when you go there, but you get the exclusive access of being like in that own, like, it's so surreal. It's so surreal. And so I was just thinking of that when you were saying like these people that are complaining about the public transit, they would never want to take the public transit. Like they pay ridiculous amounts of money to be able to sit in a restaurant that regular people cannot get access to. It's a really dystopian.
No, what I was saying was, no, the one thing I will say though is you get these actors who come in who are like regular, and they have this idea of LA. They buy into the liberal dream of it. right? So they complain that they say it's really the ending of the movie. Why they have it is a single person destroyed LA. Right. These are your liberal rank and file actors. They get into this thing. But the politics that have been brought here, they never think about. Right. And I say, but then the minute they become a big actor, do they become advocates to get public transit in LA and public? Oh, no, they don't. It's part of a liberal dream that single people ruin things. It's part of a kind of narrative that is like really, really invested. Because I have it all the time when I was sitting with these, regular rank and file actors. LA could have had this and that. It could have been like New York. But guess what? Oh man, the greedy oligarchs ruined it. Oh well. And it's a way that they make themselves feel better also about participating in it. I couldn't do anything about it. It's the same shit that happens with liberalism constantly, Yeah. I do want to get to we should get to Jessica Rabbit, because this is also her big her big entrance. I mean, we are at the time. I don't know how to start there. I mean, outside of what's obvious about her. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll say a couple of things and then we can go. What will always kind of stick to me was seeing even men in their 20s, or even to this day, Jessica Rabbit as I guess even saying it just makes me go, what an ideal of woman. It just doesn't. It's like, it's absurd to me, right? In that, and it's funny. There is a quote that I got from Williams where he said he wanted it to be Rita Hayworth, like, this whole mix of, Marilyn Monroe, like make the idyllic mix via a cartoon, right? And this, like, but then, like, you see it, like the exaggerated proportions, the way it kind of moves. And even though Eddie, or has the love interest that he has in the film, right? The amount that he kind of oozes for Jessica Rabbit, like that's more like just love, and love is just calm and dutiful, right? But lust, right? The highest level of lust will come through a like, look at homie's lust levels are like, are just like super high for a painted cartoon. It's just and then you see I'm glad you had the Betty Boop. Like, Betty Boop is out, right? Kind of smaller, cute, little black and white.
But there is a great moment when, but there is a great moment when he says, like, she's married to Roger Rabbit, and Betty Boop said, "Yeah, what a lucky lady." So there is, which that is kind hilarious. Of a whole kind of like, yeah. You kind of like which kind of connects to that, which we didn't mention when he gets a job. There is that whole thing, like, oh, like, you can throw a refrigerator on his head how many times he's gonna get hurt, but their hearts get broken. They're like ours. So that was kind, which also plays into the kind of racial stereotypes around pain and being over emotional, at the same kind of having emotions, but also not feeling, not the kind of idea, racialized idea of the pain. So it's kind of very interesting, kind of, that they are separate and narrative there.
I always find that very disturbing in a lot of animated productions, because they did the same thing in K-pop Demon Hunters with the demons. These groups that they decide to create as othered groups that still are offered like areas of connection, like a romantic interest that could be like one of those exceptional othered people or something that has, because ultimately there's a lot of just psychological affect techniques that we're using to dehumanize that group. And simultaneously that you also recognize that there's human qualities in them, but you still are being manipulated to dehumanize them at the same time. And I just find that very, very disturbing, because there is that recognition that this is a group of people that we are choosing to get you to see in a certain way. And so they acknowledge that, and yet it's encouraged to, I don't know if I'm making sense, but I find that like a very disturbing use of how we situate these characters in these kind of films.
Yeah, but I think there is also that kind of a, like almost like also they are not rational, like in a way, like his heart breaks, but also he's like so irrational, which I, maybe because I've been rereading Mike Davis, and he has this kind of a strong like wasp, the way that like this kind of making LA very Anglo-Saxon Protestant, and that kind of, and I'm speaking from London, that psychopathic idea of lack of empathy that is embedded in that system. So it's almost like, like he's not professional, he can't like get his act together and act and manifest stars. He keeps manifesting Tweety birds. And so there is that, again, added that racialization of like not being able to control your own emotions, which is for the white settler the most dangerous thing.
Yeah, we should add, like, I don't think that we laid this out specifically, and I'll just say it quickly, but like, so Marvin Acme is, so the first studio head is Maroon, right? They're Maroon Tunes. This is like which is, Looney Tunes, right? That Roger works for, and Maroon is the one who has hired Eddie, gave him $50, and then says you get 50 when the job's completed, to go out and catch Jessica Rabbit with Marvin Acme, because who's another studio head, right? And his claim for doing so is that Roger is off his game because Jessica is sleeping around on him or something like that. But he wants that to be proved to Roger, so that Roger will get over her, I guess. Like it's kind of like it's a little bit chaotic, but I think the idea is that he's like, maybe that he's lost it because he's in love with her, but that the head knows that she's cheating on him, kind of thing. So that's why Valiant is supposed to be there ostensibly, right? Is to catch Jessica and Marvin. And so he meets Marvin gags him with the hand buzzer. You see this scene, and then you get the famous patty cake scene afterwards.
And squirts the invisible ink onto him, disappearing.
That's right.
Ink, which becomes a very important kind. It's like a Chekhovian gun of a film.
Yeah, plot device. Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess, after that sequence, you get you get the reveal when he takes the pictures to the studio head, and there's the joke, they played patty cake and da. I have to say also, another reason I just don't find Roger Rabbit an interesting character. I'm sorry. I find him deeply uninteresting. Like he as the person that I'm supposed to kind of connect it to. Like this, I just wanted Bugs Bunny or something.
But they did everything. But they did everything to completely desensitize people on in a way that there is, and I think this is what Samantha was saying earlier, like the kind of the most rational tunes are human tunes.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's incapable of stepping out of a character even to save his own life, and that's kind of repeat. So he is that kind of a perfect figure of absolutely rational other who needs to be kind of patronized all the time, paternalized, because it can't save their own life.
I think, Samantha, would you say a little bit more like about how Roger is drawn in the kind of techniques that are used, and what you would say those techniques are designed to draw from kind of the audience or whatever. I mean,
oh well, yeah. I mean, I'll say it from like the animator perspective, and then hopefully all of you can put the analysis together or something. But going back to what I was saying about, you know, like how we would draw Mickey Mouse versus Donald Duck. Roger is, and that's sort of something that that's Dick Williams' style also, but I would call it, like, my terminology, this isn't official, but when I would be training artists and teaching, I would call it outline drawing. And the reason I would call it that is that it's not structural drawing. Like as Disney animators, we create structural forms that we control. We kind of create shapes for the characters, and then those shapes can be controlled, and then we can do the details of the outlines on top. So for example, like my head could be like an oval shape, and I would control that oval shape and then anchor the features to it. Whereas Roger is, the only thing that's maybe anchored is like his eyes and nose. They're the only things that are kind of locked down in the drawing as being structural. And the rest of him, I would just say they do it as an outline. And what distinguishes that is that you can kind of see how flat it looks, or that there isn't really a sense of dimension to it when he turns around. It's just his eyes that lock down this character. So because it's like an outliney kind of drawing, his silhouette and everything is pretty flat. Like even his arms are not structured. They don't even look like tubes. They just kind of look flat. So that would be, in a lot of ways, like that way of drawing is something that, say, in Disney feature animation, we would not want to do that with our characters, because it does, like, again, I don't know the full psychology of it, but it psychologically, it makes them less believable to the audience. Whereas, say, Jessica is drawn a lot more structurally, even though she does have a bit of, like, there is a bit of an outliney wobbliness to her. She's much more locked down and structural, and feels like she takes up, like, that the physical world has an effect on her. Like she has, like, even, you know, it's very sexist and patronizing, but, you know, they really make a lot of effort to show that her breasts have gravity, you know, and that she has like a very tactile, and it is, you know, again, it plays into it because they wanted to create a character that looks like someone could touch her, that looks like someone could handle her, and like in the world, like that you could have an interaction with her. Whereas Roger doesn't really look or feel that way. And those are things that would be mapped out in the character design process, that would be thought about. Like we think about, you know, those kind of things. So that's, I don't know if that's like helpful or not, but that's certainly how, you know, Roger would be approached. And then again, very much like that Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck example, Roger would have that kind of timing where you could move him, like he'd smear across the screen or something. Like you'd have a drawing here, a stretched frame here, and then he'd pop into a drawing here. He would defy regular physics, whereas Jessica does not defy physics in that same way, that she's affected by real world physics. And so those things, those are distinguishing. And then that's where, like, again, not to skip too much ahead, but when we see the false Jessica later, the false Jessica is not impacted by real world physics in the way that real Jessica is. So those types of, like, creating time, like we do that through timing, spacing, drawing style, but creating the effect of believable physics on a character would certainly make you empathize with them more, make you fear that the world impacts them more, that they could die, that they could feel things, that they're closer to what we can relate to.
So I because of that, I think it has to be said. It has to be said. And I think you know where I'm going. Because she is defied by real world physics, what goes into the male imagination? If she can go into real world physics, do we have to say? And then it also makes her loving Roger that more perverse. Right. It's like it becomes this.
She can't be with
very
him.
Popular. Yeah.
So she could be with any of you. You know,
I think that's the thing too, that it's not like there is a sense that you would believe that she could leave Roger. that like Roger
Right.
is more like a pet to her than like a real relationship. Like she needs like a relationship with a real man kind of thing. Or
Well,
something.
she cooks him a
But there-
carrot cake. You never hear her say like, "I'm gonna rip your clothes off," right? She never says those kinds of things to him. So there's almost an assumption that maybe she does do that stuff, or maybe she's beyond it, or she would get her, you know. But this is also very incel. This actually, there's a certain kind of male. It's you know what it is? It's this one. It's this one. Man, she with this ugly guy. He can't be doing her right. Let me get in there. I'm serious. So this is how men think, right? It's that same thing. And that permission then to kind of dominate because she's with a lower status. In this case, he's not even human.
and then she says when he says like he makes me laugh. So in a way that there is like, and if what is established as a dynamic that, you know, the tunes are there to entertain, then that kind of asymmetry is established within their own relationship.
There is also like not obviously every person, but I think it's a bit like the tech bro industry. Like animators kind of live in their own bubble. Like they're allowed to have their own playground and their own space and their own thing. And that's something that with female colleagues of mine that we'd complain about is, you know, we always felt like the films are like animators are making the films for animators, like for themselves. Like they themselves are the main character. And so everything is created through their imaginary. And so that's also why women are never protagonists in their mind, or women are, you know, like everything everything is seen through the eyes of like a 14-year-old boy, basically in an adult body that has a job being paid to draw pictures. But that is like a lot of where this is coming from. So that's where, and I feel like it comes from the same space that you would create a character like Roger or create like characters that it's funny to use like a speech impediment as a gag, and that's hilarious to them, and the way a woman would be portrayed and what a woman desires and what a woman wants and how she exists in this world. Like all of that is through their own that imaginary. So I think, yeah.
I mean, it's one, I think it's Kluskard. He has this whole thing about status symbols, and what you need for the status symbol is to establish it, but also the ability to not get it. So he talks about the psychology of the bourgeoisie in that way, right? The new and of the petty bourgeoisie, right? There is this. So if you think of Jessica not as a human, but as a status symbol, she has to exist on two planes. That she is, like you described, something that feels like you can touch, but there is barriers. She likes him because he can make her laugh, Roger, right? But he's a cartoon who can make her laugh in ways that no regular human can. So there is this constant barrier, but he says it's actually an attractive thing to a certain petty bourgeois kind of person, right? And often male. It's part of actually what gets them going. The attainment, and then also the cutoff. Yeah.
But you have the Betty Boo, who is also what a lucky woman. So we also have that. What's like there is like a clear projection of a male understanding without actually being able that. And I mean, women don't really have a lot of agency in this film to begin with.
And I think, but I think there is like that, like in like among this generation as well, because especially like the generation that was a lot of the people working on this film, like even just before Richard Williams, like the people that Richard Williams aspired to be like that, the generation of the Looney Tunes guys, these were people that they dedicated, like that's, I think it's just something like personally that frustrates me in the industry is that their imagination also, because they don't like I said, like a lot of these guys that are celebrated spent all their money on trains in their backyard instead of like their families or things like this. And they, in their world, because this is what they're passionate about and what they love, they also believe that idea that if they make a woman laugh, that's like, they don't have to do anything other than be like the role that they play in the industry.
So can I ask you, Samantha, would they see themselves as Roger?
Yeah, I think that a lot of them do. And so like, and it is that like, that is also part of the few women that work in the industry that get preyed upon by a lot of this type of personality in the industry. Their logic is also that because they're this personality, like you must love them for it or something like weird like that. And like, you just are confronted with that on a daily basis. So I also feel like that feels very real to them in a way. I don't know, like it feels like a film made by a certain type of animators for animators, that's like they don't think of like, yeah, I don't know. It makes sense to me. I don't know how else to say it, but I'm like, that kind of logic just like makes so much sense. And yeah, it's just very part of it. Oh, and there was one thing I did want to say also that was like, I think with the Betty Boop thing too, just from a, like, again, Betty Boop is also used as a device to set up Jessica so well too, right? Like even aside from the class dynamics of what she's also representing of being phased out, but she is like that because Betty Boop comes in and she's supposed to be what was considered sexy or something. And then then you're kind of, that's the bar. And then all of a sudden Jessica comes in. So she's also a really good device for Jessica. And even as a design, sorry, like my last rant on it though too, is that I do feel like the Jessica design, she just has a Barbie silhouette, you know, like the feet are Barbie feet, the hips are Barbie hips, the oversized, like not just the breasts, but even just the rib cage by comparison to the hips, like all of it, it just looks like it's a literal Barbie doll silhouette. It's not even like, maybe slightly exaggerated even, but
well, that's what's so weird to me is like where that Fantasia has to be so gargantuanly grotesque. Like they didn't even draw her in like a realistic proportion to a degree. I'm watching the scene like even the way her feet are shaped, I'm like, this just looks weird. Like it just looks
like
odd.
It's Barbie feet. It's like the permanent, like
maybe okay. All right, they're the permanent.
Yeah,
You're right.
Barbie feet. Yeah.
And even like she has like compared to her chest, her hips are shaped like Barbie hips, you know, like the Barbie silhouette. Because I just remember this because as a kid I never liked Barbie dolls because I just always found them kind of creepy, and I was always like weirded out by the chest to hips proportion. So that's why it comes into my mind because like, but I like it's like a similar it's a similar like reference. It like it really looks like a Barbie silhouette.
One of the things that's interesting too, I mean, there's not, we got to move on, but like, is that the proportions of her body do change in different shots, right? So like here, like her hips are almost, you know, the size of like her upper body there. But like, then if you go back to like when she first comes on, it's much smaller, right? And so, yeah, I mean,
this is sort of this is like the stuff that would be criticized at Disney is the lack of drawing consistency. And that's, this is like a whole thing, but that's an issue that I've all like, you know, Richard Williams is like really celebrated as like this iconic like legend. And I think he's very good at certain things in certain ways, but this is also one of the things that, you know, just to talk about the discrepancies between the studios, like that would not be allowed. The Disney model consistency is really important. But this film, like this kind of style of film, like it works, you know, this is just like not significant really for the end result, but that would also be like one of the animator kind of insider discrepancies of how people saw the projects and stuff. But I think it also had to deform, because working on like one thing about this movie that was very like that they wanted to, they made the conscious choice of this for the belief, like to create like the kind of aesthetics that they wanted. But usually in the past, when you'd work with photostats for animated characters, you wouldn't move the background, because it's like you have to draw the perspective of that character. If the background moves and the camera moves, you have to draw the character growing and shrinking and make that look believable. So that's the other thing. And a lot of the characters are constantly deforming in this film because of the moving cameras and trying to adapt the characters to fit into that shot, to probably cover up the robotics. Like there's one scene in that sequence that drives me crazy because she's pushing a guy's head down, but her arm is just stretching and her body isn't moving. And it really, as an animator, it just like drives me up the wall. But there's things like that they're doing. And a lot of it is also just adapting to, like that lack of consistency is, I think, a bit of an adapting process, but it's also the style. It's the style of what Richard Williams' studio was like too.
Right on. I'm going to do something real quick. So I'm going to run through the plot in like 5 minutes or less. And then what we will do is we can pick out then scenes, themes, etc., that we want to dig into a little deeper, because I know we're not that far into it and we've taken up 2.5 hours so far. So we get the scene, right? There's the patty cake scene, which also includes audio, almost climaxing, right? Sounds from Jessica Rabbit, right? And you get Eddie takes these photos. He takes them back to what's his name, Maroon, right? And they show Roger right away. So Roger sees the photos of the patty cake, combusts, leaves, like has a drink, freaks out. You find out the next day that Marvin Acme is dead, right? And so obviously Roger is the prime suspect for this. You get the arrival of Judge Doom and the Toon Weasels, who's played by Christopher Lloyd. We'll come back to him. One thing I forgot to mention that's important is when he arrives at the bar for the first time, the bar is actually the bar for the red car, for the private transit company, and it's being replaced. So Cloverleaf Industries is buying it up. And so that's important to the plot to some extent. So you get Judge Doom. He's trying to find out who did it. Eddie kind of feels like maybe he's been duped here or used in what's going on. He's not so clear on who actually has killed. He doesn't immediately totally assume that Roger has, but he's looking. So he goes back to his office. Roger's in his office. Roger convinces him he didn't do it, all of this kind of stuff. Roger ends up handcuffing himself to Eddie. This is a funny sort of scene. They investigate the murder, so on and so forth, try to put the different pieces together. We'll come back to some of that. Eventually, they run to Toontown. Eddie and Jessica flee to Toontown, right? Let's see, I'm missing something there. We'll come back to that anyway.
Eddie's alone when he goes to Toontown because he just takes the gun with him.
Right. I'm trying to remember what draws Eddie to go to Toontown at that point.
I think hold on, I wrote things.
To further investigate, maybe. Right? He's looking for Jessica at that point, right?
I think so.
I have the full thing, but I'm trying to go quickly through it.
I'm just scrolling through it now. I'm like, I put each location. Hold on. When does he go?
Anyway,
because Maroon gets killed in his office. He gets killed, and Eddie follows like we see Jessica on the street running away, and he goes after her, and then he approaches the person running away from after killing Maroon in his office goes into the tunnel for Toontown, and then that's why Eddie's like about to go, and that's why he goes into Toontown.
That's right. Yeah. You know, so they go into Toontown. They eventually get captured in Toontown, right? And there's a whole scene with Judge Doom at the end, and the Doom machine. There's a lot of stuff about the dip. So Doom has this dip that he can put tunes in and melt them and kill them, basically. And you know, his plot is revealed. Like, to give the spoiler of the whole thing, Judge Doom is the owner and CEO of Cloverleaf Industries. He's bought up the streetcars. He is he has killed Marvin Acme because Acme had the deed to Toontown and was going to give Toontown to the Toons, right? And so they had him killed. They never found the deed. The deed is in disappearing ink, right? And it's on this. Roger has written a love letter on it. They don't know that it's the same piece of paper until the end. So at the end of the movie, you get that Toontown goes back to the Toons, right? So it's a happy ending, right? Gentrification and highways and freeways are avoided. The Toons get to keep their town because of the goodness of the heart of Marvin Acme's philanthropy, essentially, which you know we could talk about. But that's basically how it resolves, right? Is that and in the end, Judge Doom is himself a maniacal Toon, but he represents, you know, this conspiracy, right? That like basically one man had this idea of buying up public transportation, leveling Toontown, building freeways. There's some good speeches we can pull up on this, but that's the plot. Is so they avert somehow in this world, they avert what we're all living in now, right? Which is the world in which public transportation has been decimated and replaced by car culture across the United States. But yeah, so that's the basic plot, and now we can dig into like all the elements of it that we want to.
Yeah. So I guess I'll start here and then pass it off and we can go in. So this is what I was saying. This is like the convenient mythology around LA that people who go and move there like. They like this mythology that LA was this place that a single capitalist or a couple of bunch of bad people terraformed into a thing that, you know, has created all of its problems. So the people who go in there and participate in that shit, well, it was built that way, man. Like, what can I do about it? Right? I'm a worker, or I'm just an actor trying to get my Hollywood career, you know, and feed my family. I'm just a writer, right? It was all set before, right? But also there's like this idea, because I've had this experience when I've lived there amongst these people who come there, that also LA is like the dream place of the United States of like high success. So having a kind of previous mythology around its origins of like the good of like a bad capitalist, but there might be a good person who will have in his pocket a deal that can just free everybody, is like these convenient mythologies, right? And that's what the thing about, but I find it interesting that they needed to make Christopher Lloyd's character, who they kill, a Toon. That the one who is the person who would destroy it is not human, right? And this is also kind of feeding in. I think we've talked about this with a few other films. You know, there's a way that the Spielbergs and some of these people, because of their own little petty fights with some studio head who had more money than them, like to do this little shit about like use movies to complain about the people who were a bit over them, right? They always like to do it. There's like this like talk about like that Williams didn't like LA and he said he had issues with this shit. They always had to complain about it, and it all has to do with really their petty shit, because they wanted $50 million and the guy gave them 20. It has nothing to do with any kind of real class politics or them advocating for workers. It's all the petty shit that they didn't get what they wanted. So they like to make these kinds of things of this like big cartoon villains, you know, who are like the ones that ruin everything for them. They ruin my movies and they even ruin your city. See, those are the people, right? It's their like petty complaining, and they have no real kind of structural thing. So I remember when I'm watching it, I was so annoyed again. I was like, that's right. I forgot, I was like, he's going to be a toon. I remember it like halfway through, right? He's going to be a fucking cartoon, right? And that they would not make him human, right? They have, but I feel that's also a thing of the studio. They're like, oh no, fuck that shit. He cannot be a human, right? He has to be a cartoon, right? And the person who would do the good deed has to be human, right? At the end of the day, and free the toons, which is also just so paternalistic and shitty, right? So this idea of, you know, the performers live in this area and they need to be liberated, right? But I'll leave it there. As I know everybody, I wanted to kind of throw those things in there, and we can keep, you know, having the conversations and
it
add about all
actually
other things.
erases, yeah, because it also fully erases the, you know, that LA's history is not the history of people, working class people who just accepted what was served to them. It is the, you know, it was, again, like quoting Mike Davis, like a permanent class struggle, kind of class warfare, he says, and that kind of asked for a specific bourgeois discipline that really emerged. So in a way, it's not, you know, like studio heads, those who destroyed public transport were precisely the people who built it. And the kind of build is just like they're like bourgeois disciplined went into support of oil industry. And it was always primarily about real estate speculation. So that, and then they kind of found, and then they also realized, and that's, you know, it's interesting that the film is set in 1947. So that's, you know, that's like when the shift, when the kind of the proper suburbanization of the US starts as a property, as a thing of kind of, because I think that's also something that is often forgotten from this point in time, that the US was not that kind of a property owner society en masse until after the Great Depression and the Second World War, and the whole establishment of the kind of federal credit program and everything that really drove like suburbanization, which then came also with cars. And so, because when you think about it, like it was before the Second World War, it was in so many cities, Chicago, like rent strikes, like tens of thousands of people on rent strikes for months and months ongoing. So that's also that idea of selling the dream of a picket fence in a suburbia, which was really a way of like locking working class into the serfdom of a new form. So this film really then if the films kind of can be in a ways gateway into understanding certain things, it really then diverts the attention into a fully different direction. I mean, for me, it was really the kind of the way that Judge Dooms, like when he starts to celebrate the freeway and says like freeway, like he's going to have gas stations, cheap motels, a pre-made food, like fast food places, tire salon, car dealership, and wonderful billboards. And it's just like, and then I guess at this one while you were like asked to see that as a fully irrational thing, but like that's literally the infrastructure that runs suburbia of the, so it's that, you know, so you're kind of somehow, you're kind of trying, kind of through that, you're seeing this as it's a loony, like it's a kind of a tune. So it's like, it's not, it's a little bit like, it's almost like, oh, it's not the ruling elites who actually invent this as a spatial product through which they kind of continue to reorganize territory. First, it was the kind of property grid, and kind of stealing the land from indigenous people, and now we are like implementing this. No, it's some deranged person who is not even a person, who actually see this. So on that level, it's very kind of like, who is the enemy? Like, and so it's really interesting the way that it kind of really starts in a way of trying to maybe point some fingers, and then it's really like, oh no, actually it's all about irrationality, and not this is literally what we have. This is literally what makes the US built environment. That these are the spatial products that organize everything. I was, one of the things that I was very kind of the viscerality of the scene at the very beginning, the first time that Judge Doom appears, when he kind of in such a like kills the kind of sentient shoe tune, which is really like a lynching. It's really like kind of, there is that no one tries to stop. You then have the Toon police goons, which are really so drawn in the way like kind of Al Capone mafia type of. So they're kind of clearly kind of coded in a very different register, and that kind of a whole, even with the he dips in the glove into this dip, which is like turpentine, benzene, acetone, literally like what erases the
cells, the acid,
and the acetone and like a celluloid, so like the biggest fear. And then the glove is like red because the shoe is red, but it's like a blood glove image. And how everybody just, so I think that I was just like, it really hit that scene of how it's.
Yeah, I found that one really disturbing too. And that idea, like I know we talked about that before, but that idea that there's these sort of lesser sentient characters that are afraid, like, that you could see that this is like a thinking, afraid, scared little shoe that's about to be dipped in. And it was that kind of mafia thing. I guess maybe this is where I don't know the history too well, but I found that dynamic really interesting because they were in the warehouse at the murder crime scene, and he commits this murder, but like the police are there and Judge Doom, and they're like a collaborating group. And even later when the weasels come, when they're chasing Eddie and Roger, and these are Judge Doom's like weasels going after them, Toon Patrol, like I forgot what they called their little vehicle, but there's also cops on motorcycles that join in with them. And so it's like a weird, it's like there were like, it's, yeah, I found that dynamic really fascinating and disturbing. And yeah, that whole thing was just weird, and how he commits this murder that it is like a lynching right in front. The police are all there. They're at this crime scene. Everybody's there, and everyone's just watching and accepts it. It's really disturbing.
U.S. history. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I also found I had that same feeling. There's the moment at the end, right, where Doom lifts Jessica and Roger up on, with a chain, basically, and they say, "What do we do with Eddie?" And Judge Doom is like, "He's gonna watch me kill his Toon friends and then kill him." And it was very much, I mean, again, like back to lynching and like racial, maintaining and defining and like reinforcing racial boundaries, right? This idea of like a white person who has positive relationships with Black people within a specific historical or even sexual relationships with Black people within, like, that this is something that has to be disciplined in a specific kind of way in a public fashion, right? And yeah, I mean, it's, but also, I mean, there's nothing there's nothing unusual, I don't think, within U.S. history of the idea of a judge, police, and the mob all forming together to enforce either anti-left or certain racial boundaries, for sure. So like that part is accurate. I think to Dubravka's point is this is what happens when you take out all of the actual class struggle and things just become ultimately kind of the machinations of inter-elite rivalries, where Marvin Acme is the good, billionaire studio owner, and Judge Doom is the bad tune judge slash politician, who also, like, the buying votes thing that was very historically accurate with how LA would, and it probably comes up Dubravka even within Mike Davis's work as well, right? Of going into certain minority, communities and purchasing up the votes to then become, the leader of them, and then, you know, engaging in shady deals. But yeah, taking out any of the kind of forms of like struggle or resistance to this at all, it just becomes a detective thing. And that's common also, is like using these kind of detective genre to expose some of the real contradictions of society, but then taking out anything to do with like how to address it.
Well, I mean, this has also always been the limitation of noir, to be honest with you. The limitation of noir is that it's never really deeply structural or critique. It is an admission of capitalist malfeasance. They probably will never use the word capitalist, of like private equity or private ownership people, and how capital can degenerate them and make them into kind of mad people. So there is an admission of that. What they typically like to do is either do like a nihilistic read, that there is no tomorrow, so basically we're always going to be in this rut, or what they do in this film, that there is a foil, or who is like a good capitalist who, has left a deed or something, and then everyone can become rich and liberated, something like that. Or sometimes things like in between kind of happen. But I think that's like a big thing. And conspiracy becomes it. So conspiracy meaning that it's a few or one people who collude together to manipulate the system, right? And to the point that Samantha was bringing up, a lot of times, and you've seen a lot of those noir films that take place in LA, because they do this thing because LA's building itself and is a little bit out of like the purview of the government a bit, as they like to kind of say, like the kind of wild, wild west trope, that people with private capital can come in there and kind of like become a judge, right? And become a thing. And then they can essentially own the police. Or if the police oppose them a bit, they can, get the sheriff fired, right? So in turn, what does the guy have to do? They have to become Bob Hoskins and become a private detective, because then the private detective is not under the purview of the cop. So that he's the radical or individual who can break the shit. It's just really bad bullshit tropes, and they're utilizing it here.
And but there is probably that also element in which the LA police, LAPD is like so white supremacist, especially for longest of time, that in a way, if you are like, this idea of a noir detective, who is sides with underdog, and like either kind of like working class or like non-white people, is in order to do that, it actually has to get out of the structures of the police. But conspiracy is always there to kind of hide the structure, so that to draw the attention. So I almost feel like we need a conspiracy literacy in order to be like, yes, kind of maybe it kind of helps to see the thing, but then you do the. For me, what is kind of interesting here, maybe because I actually, one of the other thing, so I kind of I watched this and then I was like, okay, I have to pull Mike Davis from my bookshelf, but I also then rewatched this kind of a classic that introduces LA to the kind of architects, Rainer Bonham Loves LA, which then it becomes also a book, the kind of the four ecologies of Los Angeles, the architectural four ecologies. I'm like butchering this. There goes my PhD in architectural history. Rainer Bonham was British art historian who taught here in London, but was one of, because that's the kind of the unstable status of LA as a city, which continuously gets contested that it's it's not a proper city. It's abomination. So that his kind of whole kind of book is actually, he's the first European who actually appreciates LA and explains that we have to appreciate LA, which is kind of interesting because Frederick Jameson really uses LA as a spatial, architecturally and spatially reads LA in order to write postmodernism and to understand what is the postmodern. So and then you have the Venice, which is literally trying to model Venice before the Venetian in LA, in Las Vegas. So you have all these kind of unstable ways in which LA it's historicized and understood as a city as a tune. So it's not really a proper city. There is no consideration of its kind of pre-Hispanic, indigenous. There is not. And then the river, LA River, is kind of, you have artificial canals, but actual LA River is kind of put into a canal and kind of put concrete over. So there are all these ways in which LA becomes very slippery thing, which continuously does not have an identity, which in the ways that city usually is expected to have an identity, and even more than so many other cities forecloses the kind of the capacity to read through built environment relations that produce it, and then they kind of structure relations. So I rewatched Rainer Bonham Loves LA. It's like there is not he only speaks with white men in the film. There is like a Yugoslav artist there, which is kind of, for me, of course, it was first time I watched this, someone mentions Yugoslavia, but there is no, and then he starts in Watts. But the only thing, and he mentions him, and this is shot in 1972, and he only mentions uprisings, but he then goes to the Watts Towers and Italian man's obsession, and that's the only thing. So I was really thinking how it's kind of how even that engagement with LA becomes so much about hiding. In the book, he kind of famously says that which I guess should have been revealing, but I think I needed to get some more education from 20 more years ago when I was read that book for the first time. He says, just like Englishmen going to Italy in the big kind of who learned Italian in order to experience Italy properly, I learned how to drive in order to experience LA properly. So you really have so for me, it's also very interesting importance of recovery, especially in a place like LA, which influences so much of our imaginary what world life cities should be. How to actually recover that understanding that it was always also a place of struggle, and not just this media kind of sunset noir conspiracy, but it's some of this, especially because it was this post-industrial city before it even became an industrial. So much of the battles we lost have been fought first in LA.
Yeah, I just want to say a couple of quick things. One, the two human characters, right, that are supposed to be, I mean, there's three, because we haven't really talked about Dolores as well, also, who is actually Eddie Valiant's real love. She loves him, right? There's that whole thing, right? as he's chasing Jessica around. But so the way that it deals with these kind of cross-human to cartoon boundaries is also, it's like very liberal, right? It has this very, so I mean, and Tume, you already pointed to that, the point of like um that Eddie Valiant's character, right, goes through this whole thing of hating Toons because his brother is killed by a Toon. We find out eventually that it's Judge Doom, which is very convenient, right? Because he's the one Toon that everybody can like uniformly hate as this just, totally uh whatever, like unredeemable kind of villain within the story. But and of course, part of how he is able to do that is he sort of taps into his inner tuneness as he remembers that he's a circus performer and does this whole vaudeville routine and then starts playing with like animated props, basically like this hammer that can shoot a boxing glove out and all this kind of stuff. As well as doing a bunch of dances and taking a bunch of personal violence to himself, right? That he also wouldn't really be able to manage, like juggling these really heavy, like kind of bowling balls on hitting himself on the head over and over and stuff like that. And he does that because this causes the weasels to laugh themselves to death, which is a whole other silly thing within the movie. But I raised this point too because he is sort of redeemed through this idea that he and his brother both actually really cared about Toons and were the PIs that Toons could go to because they couldn't go to the police, right? To that kind of point that Dubravka was making before about, that the police would just be sort of inherently racist to them. And Marvin Acme, right? If we remember, he's not in it very long, but what is he known for? He goes to watch the Jessica Rabbit routine and then to play patty cake with her in a very orgasmic scene. And so he leaves Toontown Will to the Toons, but like, are we really supposed to believe this is just because he's like a good person, right? Or because he has some weird sexual thing going on with Jessica Rabbit and some kind of strange, like, Toon fetish or whatever,
He
right?
does
And
leave
so,
Will in her dressing room, like he does, like.
yeah.
Well, man,
And
and
so,
he's also a bit of a goof in general. Like if you see his kind of energy is this kind of like weird jovial over kind of vibe. So that would be the capitalist who could be, I guess, reconciled with.
Well, it's kind of like cultural appropriation in a way. It's like he's trying to skin suit the Toons or something. Like he's like trying to be like he finds himself in their culture or something like that.
I'm closer to a Toon in this kind of way.
Yeah,
I should have been a Toon.
It feels a little bit like a cultural appropriation thing, or like like this kind of settler colonial logic of like being severed from your own history, so needing to appropriate like other like, I don't know, it sort of feels like it's that, like he sees himself like a cartoon.
yeah, and so it's this weird thing, right? Because as Dubravka points out, like the world that Judge Doom describes is the world that we live in, right? Where the freeways have replaced the public transit. I mean, the streetcar thing, it's not just LA. Like any small town of like reasonable size in the country had streetcar infrastructure, right? And then this was replaced by buses. And they did that because buses would go in traffic and they would be slower. And so then people would be like, well, fuck it, I need a car and I'm not going to ride on this bus all the time, right? And so this was actually, it's not like an individual plot, but it is a plot that included, tire companies, gasoline companies, car companies, right? And so it is a conspiracy, but it's a conspiracy of like a whole range of capitalist elites like working together in a kind of as a what's the term, like a cartel, right? To use kind of Lenin's thinking, right? And
it's also,
yeah, go ahead.
And you also have kind of, is conducive to the kind of the sprawl, where you
Yes.
really, so it's conducive to the sprawl. And then, for example, for for the like kind of read up a little bit on the kind of the red car, and of course they started to defund it before. So like you don't just go from, oh, we have we have mass transport, because kind of it's privately owned mass transport. You don't go from having mass transport to not having it. You kind of reduce, so you kind of sell this idea that you have your freedom. You're actually in control of your own time, and you can go wherever you are because you are actually driving, and you're the one. So there is that kind of organized abandonment as a principle of defunding in like any mass infrastructure, in order to sell individualized solution as something that's better, which is also connected to the mass housing, so I think that it's really, and then you actually prevent people from understanding this process, so that you can't really. One of the reasons why I really like City of Courts, besides like Mike Davis being like such an amazing, is that there is this film from 2005 called Bastards of the Party, which is a documentary done by Clay Sloan, in which Mike Davis actually is in, and the kind of the whole. So Bastards are LA gangs, and the party is Black Panther Party, and I mean that kind of, I just stumbled upon that film on YouTube in the lonely days when I was living and teaching in Austria, and or maybe when I was doing my PhD in Zurich, maybe it was earlier. And it really helped me so much articulate some of the relationship between like spatial literacy and politics, and kind of emancipation, because that film is really kind of how does a person, people who were born in their late 60s, so they probably as kids experience presence of the party in their neighborhoods, of the free breakfast program, of or in some ways then actually don't have any access to actually understand that the kind of historical production of the gangs in LA, by the destruction and through actually really disappearance, even further disappearance of any kind of provision for life, support systems for life. And then in the film basically is like Clay Sloan stumbles upon City of Courts, sees the LAPD gang territories map from 1972. Is like, homies, we are on a map, and goes and reaches out to Mike Davis and makes this film as a way of bringing back, claiming interpretational understanding that this actually is also connected to how we grew up without any infrastructure to support our life. And for me, this is in a way where this also Who Framed Roger Rabbit is really like, okay, so there is a celebration of public transport, but it's actually not a public transport. Then the same people you're displacing, who is actually to blame for the suburbanization, and then you're celebrating preservation of the ghetto, because the kind of which is like, there is like a single entry point into the Toontown. So the Toons are not living among the humans. Toons are actually segregated into their own town, and then behind the wall. So it's apartheid.
Which is like why also these movies are sick, because it's an obfuscated admission. So when I lived in LA, I lived in Studio City, but I worked in South LA. I worked right on the border between South LA and Compton. I worked in a school there, right? So I go there every day, all the time. And most of my friends lived in Inglewood and shit like that too. So I was kind of constantly going down there in those areas. Now, what's interesting is like to watch that sequence, this idea that like you'll just break a wall and that will liberate. That's total obfuscation of how LA works. Yes, there are walls, but the walls are the structures that go everything from poverty to class to money, to the transportation system that has been developed, so forth and so on. So you make this kind of like obfuscated thing that if you just break a wall down, everyone will kind of just float out, right? But also the fact that Toontown, while there's a calamity when you go into it, it's pretty attractive and beautiful and fun. And it's where the wild shit happens, right? You can kind of go down there. And I'm like, oh yeah, so yeah, y'all rolling to Compton like that? You know, you fucking motherfuckers. Like, it's just it's so racist and bullshit, right? It's the way they kind of fantasize. But then also the flip side of it shows their paternalism, right? And like their really sick kind of way of thinking that, like, you know, oh, wouldn't it be good to liberate those people? Like, you know, like, and they could put it through a movie, though they never really want people. They don't want folks from South LA coming up to Studio City and shit like that. Look, man, I'll tell you funny anecdotal story. I was running in my area in Studio City. The cop came over, pulled me over. I thought I was about to I got questioned. I didn't have my wallet on me. He was asking me questions, and he asked for my social. And I was like, okay, I don't think I gave it to him. My homie who works in a lot of great stuff, great politic person, he said he was trying to see if you were on a gang list. That's how shit works in LA, right? That's how it works there, right? That's the whole thing. So they don't want Toontown actually coming into the areas. It's a fantasy. It's like a paternalistic fantasy that they can engage with and watch in a movie.
And with the freeway, you don't even need to build a wall, because freeway effectively is a wall.
It is really messed up though, because even like the tunes, like they clearly created a scenario where these tunes need to come into human LA to work. But then they create it like as if, look how happy they are in the concentration camp. Like they have everything that they need in this segregated, like existed. Like it's just none of it really makes sense. Like they go into this space where it's like everybody's just happy and there's the happy smile song. And yet at the same time, these same people that seem to be in this, have everything they want in their segregated zone, are dependent on coming into the human realm to be able to take whatever jobs they can and work and whatever.
Absolutely. I mean, this is great. You know, I mean, just the analysis that you all are bringing is awesome today. But yeah, it just made me think of Song of the South, right? And Zippity Doodah, right? And so the idea of Uncle Remus, people should watch Song of the South, by the way. I mean, obviously, maybe they shouldn't, but like, if you want to see what Disney looked like in like 1946, you know, but Song of the South is a film that also combines animation with live action, right? So it's also important to say that Roger Rabbit is certainly not the first, even the first Disney foray. They did it several. But in which Uncle Remus, you know, famously it sings from a position of like quasi slavery. I mean, it's like supposed to be like sharecroppers essentially, right? And they're like very happy about their conditions. And this, of course, is like a long racist, you know, Southern primarily narrative of that, you know, Black people were the best when, you know, they were the happiest when they were on the plantation, essentially, right? And it is that kind of thing. I mean, we've seen how terrible the tune working conditions are in the film from the first scene. You see all the discrimination, you see a legal system set up, you see that the judge can just dip them and execute them and everybody's fine with it. And, you know, and that you see that people are disciplined for even like supporting them, right? And yet everything is zippity doodah on our side of the railroad tracks.
I did want to add one other thing. I mean, and I said this in another, I can't remember what it is. There's also like civilizational cynicism is also a big thing that is like really in like kind of liberal writing lore. So kind of to your point, Jay, we talked about how like, yeah, they're saying, you know, we got this liberated place, but you know, LA still has like a freeway. It's also like they're kind of like nihilistic way of like having a kind of cynicism about their own culture. It's like wet noodle, right? Oh yeah, the billboards, and they all laugh at it as they're sitting there making money off of these billboards. It's the cynicism of the bourgeois fucking person who has lots of money. And to varying degrees, that's why I never liked Larry David, to be honest with you, straight up. It's like it's this practice that if I'm a little cynical about bourgeois society or American society, and I'm a cultural critic of it, I somehow wash myself of all of its contradictions, imperialism, racism, sexism, yada yada yada, add everything, right? And this movie does it in a very light way too, with like Christopher Lloyd's joke, right? Right, I'm gonna be a bit cynical about what we have here right now, and like ha 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 laugh, right? And we get this fantasy, knowing that everybody's gonna walk out of that movie knowing that shit ain't gonna be, it ain't that easy, and it never will be that way, unless like what Dubravka has brought out, actual working class people to complete the revolution.
Right on. Any other uh any other things that folks wanted to touch on in the film?
I mean, there's just like little, I guess like if we're going, I don't know if did we complete I don't know where we are with the chronology.
Yeah. So we just did a quick like run through, and then like we've kind of talked about most, but you're welcome if there's a specific scene or anything that you want to jump back to, to talk about.
I mean, most of the stuff like that it would just be reiterating like like the kind of tropes and the problems that we've seen at the beginning sort of just keep replaying like as the film goes along. Like yeah, I mean, I can talk about any technical stuff if there's any questions about it, but
you're right, it is pretty in that way. I was Samantha, it gets like, I did find myself after watching when I got the tunes out, I was just like, it was like an assault on my brain. I felt like I didn't know.
And it's I think, like I know I said this before, like I think in terms, like somebody obviously strategized certain things that would have been written in the script, but a lot of the little things that the animators themselves would have brought in are just like coming from the kind of culture that they come from. It wasn't as like pre-designed as some of the later work was, but there's always like I mean, that's I think, and like there's certain things, like you see the indigenous racist
the
bullet thing, and that wouldn't have been an animator that decided that would have been decided to be in the film, and then an animator would get that scene to do something with it, but that would have been decided in advance. But they had like, I think they had an indigenous sort of generic tropey indigenous bullet, and then they also had like there was a Mexican bullet, and then a bunch of cowboys that were all there. And so they put in these acknowledgments, and this is the thing that always bothers me, is that it's like the acknowledgments are always there, the recognition that this is stolen land, or that this is like there is an acknowledgement of it, even if it's not like I know the animators are just laughing at it like a trope, like they're probably referencing, to be honest with this team, they were probably referencing Peter Pan, because Milk Call did a lot of the work in Peter Pan, so they're like, that would be their reference for or other Disney or other animation tropes of these kind of portrayals, but it's just very like, it is always just kind of gross to watch, that's the, and I can honestly say, like, all of everything that we're discussing, this at least in terms of the animators on this project, these are not things that they even think about. They just get their scene, they're excited about it, like, what can they do with this scene, how can they make it more zany or cartoony, but they're not thinking of these, like, it doesn't occur to them that these things are like harmful in any way, whether it's to like towards any group, or like whether it's harmful to women, whether it's harmful to Indigenous people, to marginalized group, like any marginalized group, ableist. They're not thinking of that. They're just excited, to get their scene and make animation history among their peers, do something as good as Milk Call or whatever. Like that's literally all that, and that's what they talk about. Like everyone that I've worked with that talks about their experience working on this movie, like they don't analyze any of this.
But in a way that these kind of bullets is also that kind of super insidious ways of like US calling some of their like Tomahawk missiles and all.
Yes.
And so the ways
I was
in which,
thinking that too.
Yeah, in ways in which, I mean, I lived in Serbia during the NATO bombing, so you saw that like Tomahawk was something that and I kind of was always very like you direct your hate towards something that is called after someone who actually is not of that politics, but you start to identify like US imperialism with these missiles, which are actually, and then of course, in Yugoslavia, there was like a lot of education through the kind of oppressed and anti-colonial. So in a way, you understand better the relationship between the indigenous people and the US as a kind of imperialism. But still, you kind of identify the US imperialism in its most crudest form through the name, which is directly associated with indigenous group, and completely foreclose also kind of the read, kind of more complex read, which is also in a way that like the kind of the way interesting, because the way that culture is mobilized there is precisely the way that LA as a city, and like people who built LA mobilized the culture as a way to draw and bring people into LA and make it the city that it is. And then translated all their own eugenics also into the paternalistic relationship to protecting like theme parking missions, theme parking the kind of Spanish period, and like really fixing everyone in this. Someone said in the chat, like sombrero, every Mexican has a sombrero. So that, I guess, in a way, Side didn't need to write, one can write like Orientalism on LA.
Yeah. I mean, so just one point on the bullets too is they're supposed to be Yosemite Sam's bullets, right? Isn't that part of the gag? And of course, you go back and watch Yosemite Sam cartoons, they're a great admission of like what US project is and settler colonialism and anti-indigenous, anti-Mexican. I mean, I'm pulling up ones right now where he has a turban on and stuff like that. I mean, it's just wild, right? You could write a whole book on Orientalism just from Looney Tunes cartoons, right? And
oh my God.
There was that clip that I sent from that comedian to Samantha where he's talking about Looney Tunes and how weird it is to show to your kids now, and then you're like, oh, you just want to go watch Bluey where people are nice to each other and like but one of the things that he brings up is he's like, what is the joke with Speedy Gonzalez, right? Like it's that he's Mexican. What, you don't think that's funny, right? He's a Mexican mouse. Like that's the whole gag, right? Like
that's like, that was something that was so weird to me living in LA too, is because I remember when I lived in Australia for Disney for a brief part too, there's always the "I'm not racist, but" line that comes up, and I felt like that came up a lot in LA. It was "I'm not racist, but," and then it would be something about Mexican people, and it was so weird to me because I had never seen that so isolated. I'm not American, so I didn't understand these politics, but it was just because it was just something I just didn't understand where this was coming from. But having witnessed that, and then you see these tropey characters, and that is just sort of the end of it. Like no one interrogates it because it's like that just seems to be disturbingly acceptable.
I will say Bluey always makes me feel terribly inadequate as a parent. So, because the parents in Bluey are like so good.
As someone who's subjected to Bluey a lot right now, as one of the few cartoons my daughter watches, the dad gets his ass kicked in that show. I can't. He just kind of gets his butt.
Because I've never like chilled. I like also again being in the animation snob world, like television programming is a very different beast than like feature animation. But I do like. I don't know, because I'm very distrustful of all animated programming.
As you should be.
As you should be. I'm not, to be clear, like I'm not lifting it up as anything, and I think politically it's quite vacuous. But what is fascinating about it in difference to the cartoons when we grew up is that like it's basically a cartoon about parents who are like very engaged with their kids and play with them all the time, right? Which is like in American cartoons, and we talked about this in how to read Donald Duck, right? The whole idea is to completely eliminate the paternal figures entirely, right? And just leave children to do whatever they want, to explore without the adult like supervision and all of that. And they go into the insidious kind of logics around that, but it's Australian, right? So it's still settler colony, all of this, but it is funny to watch in that vein because the whole thing of it is basically like kindness and playing and giving attention, and nobody's on technology or anything.
Yeah, I think it also plays into the kind of modern liberal tropes of let the kids lead. So it's not going to actually teach them anything. If anything, I think is a little funky about Bluey is like this admission. They're probably parents who made it. Is that the kids have the kids have lots of power over them. Like even like they have the ability to use like a magic wand at times to make the parents do what they want at moments, right? And then Bluey has to learn a lesson about why that might be too much power, right? But that the insidious part of that is that how it kind of like locks everything into like these kind of relations of niceness and individual morals and so forth and so on. So yeah, no, I mean, look, I don't want to get into the politics of parenting right now, but of the small things, yeah.
Bluey's huge. From Australia, so this is a capitalist country. Yeah. These parents can just like hang out with their kids. Like, is the family just independently wealthy?
Because they're dogs. Yeah, it's all obfuscated. It's all obfuscated. Like the dad has a job. I think mom does have a job. You never see them go to work. There's a couple of episodes. There's an episode where I know he goes on a plane. I mean, it's just but it's the thing with animals, and like you make them animals because they're dogs, and it's like a dog world. So like dogs are the world. There's no humans. And then any other animal would be how we would see animals. Like birds are birds, but dogs are like the kind of humanized ones. So, but it is that politics of niceness, but at the same token, it's definitely like, and I think kind of similar to like that cynicism. I think certain parents like it because they feel beat up by their kids, right? Because being a parent is so exhausted. So watching a thing where like taking care of a kid is so exhausting. Is like this, like, oh my god, they're getting my experience, but also it has nothing. It's vacuous, like Jay says, and I think long term it actually would have,
it sets up unrealistic expectations of parents.
This is true too, because this is exhausting. Because I cannot. I'm sorry, my daughter is tiring. I'm tired. She got up at 4 a.m. this morning. Okay, I don't know how I'm still here.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I know that we got off track with that. Anything else, Dubravka? Did you have any other pieces of this that you wanted to touch on? Not
No,
on Bluey. I'm talking about Who Framed
there
Roger
is
Rabbit. Of course.
if there is like some kind of just question the spatial formations around you, who built them, who decided, and all these things that sometimes. I mean, there is something actually. Sorry, there is this weird French film, which I think was produced by Luc Besson. It's like from early 2000s. I forgot the name, and we all got very into it because one of the New Belgrade blocks. So New Belgrade is part of modernist Belgrade, kind of built on the other side of the river, and so New Belgrade was cast. Specific blocks in New Belgrade were cast to play the dysfunctional banlieues in Paris, which are like cordoned off. And then there is again like a conspiracy that goes all the way up to the French president or prime minister, where they're gonna, like, for the real estate deal, blow up the ghetto. And you see like a Daniel Libeskind type of like developer model and stuff. But then in the end, they uncover the conspiracy, but they still blow it up because it's like the spaces are like unredeemable. And then we all had got into it because we were like, yeah, but like even that part of New Belgrade, which is the most unmaintained, is actually not that kind of alienating ghetto. So it was how it's easy to kind of blame the architecture. And for me, I was just thinking, watching all this kind of a trope, which is so in front of our eyes, in which there is like a conspiracy for some kind of social cleansing in order for the big real estate deal, while it's so hard to actually pierce through that real estate subjectivity of like, you have to be a homeowner, you have to get on a property ladder, it's the mass housing or like any kind of like large infrastructure which is a problem, or it's the architecture makes people problem and not lack of maintenance and everything. So I was just thinking how like there is all these different films in which we are so close to actually kind of understanding the dynamic, but it actually never materialized. Okay, that's my parting. And if you want to watch a really great kind of TV cartoon that I grew up with, it's Professor Balthazar. It's like beautiful. It's on YouTube also with dubbed, I think, in English. It's beautiful. Everything looks like it was drawn on LSD.
Right on. Just to this comment quickly, this was earlier. First of all, thank you for the super chat. I'm sorry I missed when it came through. I think we probably talked about the trolley car conspiracy, but maybe we should just say just a couple more notes on this, because it does touch on the spatial politics component and so on. I mean, first of all, like, one thing to say is like, why were they privately owned in the first place, right? And so they were privately owned in the first place because of this alignment that Dubravka was talking about between real estate speculation and the private trolley car. So the actual development of this infrastructure of mass transportation was strictly to like build suburbs that then they could run trolley cars or streetcars between that suburb and key destinations within the city where people could work or shop or whatever. And so it was before everyone had an automobile, right? But also in a city that is built like really post-industrialization, which so it's built in LA is built up to what it is in a context that's different than New York or Boston or Philly, etc., right? Even places like St. Louis, Chicago. And there's a connection right from the beginning of this form of transportation and creating. So already this sprawl problem that you have in LA is associated even with this infrastructure. But then at a certain point, the automobile industry, the oil industry, the tire industry, and so on and so forth, it becomes advantageous for a lot of interests of big capital basically to buy up this infrastructure around the country in order to sabotage it, make it less effective, eventually dismantle it, and that doing that is actually more financially beneficial for more forces of capital, right? And so the same infrastructure that was in place, which was cheaper and more affordable, better for working class people in certain forms, right, was privately owned and then purchased. And a similar thing happened also with public and so it doesn't, the private component matters in some sense, because it's like we shouldn't also fetishize or like have these really hagiographic representations of a private infrastructure that was already owned by capital. But a similar thing happened obviously with public transportation all around the country, which is why that also has become, so diminished. But yeah,
I mean, I
go
think
ahead.
this is kind of a case in which, it's we don't want to normalize benevolence of the kind of capitalist that to provide at the mass scale something. So that's the, just so even if we, because also it shows like how easily they can pull a plug. So it's not like LA stepped in and nationalized or like municipalized the trains. They just, of course, I mean, it was designed to be, which also shows in a way that if you didn't need to become industrialized city in that kind of factory shop work way to have a class struggle, and also to be a proto neoliberal city. So that we need to kind of expand our understanding of where we do analysis in order to understand what are the relations and where is then the organizing gonna happen, because it's not, like what is then workers organizing in the like in the place like LA, and for me this is something, we have to be better in like not seeing spatial relations as a consequences, but actually understand that, especially in the context of settler colonialism, it's the land who is always like capturing of the land has always been driving the relationship.
Yeah, to that point, one thing I did want to, I said one of the things this movie also obfuscates and even makes somewhat benevolent is the Hollywood studios' interest also in expanding and buying land in LA, and how they would be absolutely complicit with any of all of these projects. And it is documented. This is not conspiracy. Lots of people have written about it already. They were completely wedded with these projects. They needed to grab the land. And then if you studied, it ended up messing them up in the 60s when everything bottomed out. So they ended up owning all these things, and they had to sell a lot of those things because the movies weren't making money. That's when they started doing off location, but they wanted to control the land. So this idea that this guy also would have a deed, and on his death he would like give it to Tunes, is also just bullshit, right? He's a studio head. I'm sorry, no, there were no studio heads. We're leaving it to his performers.
No, and
When
Parks, and also like
Go ahead.
like Walt Disneyland as a prototypical, the way that like it kind of canonize what a street is, but it's a privately owned street in which you can't have a protest, which is like a prototypical thing to all the kind of privately owned public you have it, because it's first Disneyland and then like 1968 zoning law in New York, which introduces privately owned public space as the which is always with a theme, because you don't need, you just put the public art and you are telling to specific groups, this is not for you. And then the business improvement districts, and then, and all those ways in which, like, ever since Sex and the City, you don't really know whether you're developing like West Village for people who live there, or for the desired damn, I now forgot her name to actually land my point.
Sam, were you going to say something?
No, well, I was just gonna say, like, I think, that's the one thing that, like, tying in Hollywood with real estate, with military, with all of it, it's sort of what I really think that needs to be the starting point when, like, with all the conversations that I've had online so far about films, like, all of the ones that I've been asked to participate in, at least, but I do think this is the mandate of Hollywood. The mandate is it's always going to come back to settler colonialism. It's always going to come, like, if we look at Israel, and even within Israel, they do have, like, there's a lot of racism. There's also, like, indentured, like, labor and servitude from migrants that are brought in legally or illegally, and, like, there's all kinds of, like, drama and problems inside that society. But if I think it's easier for us to look at it and understand that the primary mandate of all their propaganda of everything is to erase Palestinians and to claim that land more than any other issue that's happening within the settler colony. And the US is a settler colony. And so the foundation of every single film, every single Disney movie, every single film, despite it putting out dog whistles to co-opt you to think that you're being seen, that your grievances are being seen in this particular film, the mandate of every single film is to reinforce this settler colonial project and indigenous genocide and land grabbing. And so, and that's the one bit of diversity that you will never see in any American film. It will never be afforded. It will never be allowed on screen. And that has to always be the starting point of every analysis that we do of any film that comes out of there. That has to be where you start. It cannot start, like watching the conversations that have been going on, and, like, within this circle of channels, like on different films. These films do not start from a place of innocence. These directors are not conceiving of ideas from a place of innocence. The starting point is this settler colonial project, and Hollywood is a land grabbing, military affiliated institution that's there to just to spin the narratives necessary to continue this project. That's all that it is. That's what it's there for.
And it's there to kind of create the imaginary what you're supposed to desire.
Yes.
How from, like, so it's also like where are the where is the place where we have the imaginary of what the liberated space is.
Yeah, no, that's something,
like, it really kind of creates a norm, like, what should you desire as your interior? I mean, interior, how your house look, what the street should be, how should you move around, how you should spend your time. How the world
should be. Yeah.
And in the context of Israel, that occupation of imagination starts way before Israel. It starts with all the ways in which the kind of European kind of Christians go and they see the biblical land without people. This necessity continuously to kind of erase the presence of people in all the depiction. First, after because after the kind of Crusades fail, they start to erase people and presence from any depiction, and then people who are registered in all this are registered as spoiling this pristine image. Which is also, if we were mentioning Australia, this idea of Australia as a kind of pristine territory, which there is all this kind of that actually the whole Australia is terraformed, because there were like tens of thousands of years of people of the first peoples living in relation to kind of creating that terrain together with understanding it as sacred, but also creating the real spatial relations. The same way that Amazon is not the pristine forest, it's actually like thousands of years of people living not as separated from other species. But we are, the kind of the almost like the whole culture, the Western culture is constituted to create that obfuscation and separation.
Well, and it was something that I forget I think it was when I was talking about Fantastic Four, someone in the chat was asking about you know, we were talking about the 2D versus 3D, like VFX, like kind of thing. And if industries would ever be interested in doing 2D again, or, you know, something like Who Framed Roger Rabbit, but it's precisely the imagination thing that, you know, these VFX films allow for a realization of worlds that appear real, that appear very believable. And that's I know, like, I think people that have seen me on the multiple platforms, like, this is like, I actually do take issue. I know that this conversation has come up a lot. I haven't, you know, been a participant in it, but I take issue with consumption of these films. I don't think it's innocent for us. Like, I think people, again, start from a place of innocence, that they're like, well, I think we should go see the movie just to talk about it. And I'm not trying to police how we should interact with things, but I think that what is not being considered is the co-optation of your imagination, the cost of your imagination, that these films are creating realities in your mind of how you perceive things. They are telling you how to see things, how to imagine things. And the consequence of it, like comparing it to reading a book, which we can also argue, obviously, that a lot of fictional literature has been co-opted, like to shape and further imperial, objectives. But at the very least, at least in a literature space, your brain is creating images that is not. And I say this too because as an artist that has worked in this industry, we actually, as people, I'll use a better word, as Psy warriors, or whatever it is that Laura said, or that comes up in counterinsurgency, you know, we are also conscious that we should not be taking from interpretations, that we should be, that those are interpretations of, like, this film. Like, we should not be basing animated content based off of another animated film, or so on and so forth. These things create imaginaries in your mind. And that's a huge cost that we are putting ourselves through, that we are putting our children through. There's no innocent consumption of this. That's a price that you're paying. It might not be the cost of a ticket, but you are paying the price of not exercising your capacity to imagine, of not putting yourself through the exercise of imagining other things, that it is constantly interpretations of how you should perceive the world that is being put into your head. And for me, like, it's amazing to me, especially, you know, I think that's part of the, like, as someone from the outside looking in that has sort of drifted in and out of American spaces, I think part of, I imagine, again, you guys, you can tell me, like, please correct me, but I imagine that part of the American propaganda also is the encouragement of, like, defending these films, defending them. Like, it's almost cultish, this need for these films to be protected. Like I get pushback from people, like, there is a protection of these films as much as there's a criticism of them. And I think that there is a framework of, not a framework of, like, it's not just, it's like people might understand that there's problems in the film, but there's an underneath framework of perception and interpretation that's happening that needs these films, like that it's defending these films. There is something that needs, like, there's a constant conversation of needing to find something in these films. So there is a sort of, I don't know, to me, I see it as an addiction. Like, I'm not really quite sure, like, how to define it, but I think that I really do think that this concept of imagination, like, I think people need to understand that they are paying more than money every time you sit in a theater, and that you consume these things, and that you put your children through watching these realities be put in front of them. Sorry, I'm going to stop there, but I think that needs to
Well,
be.
I tend to think it's how you're politically positioned, because I don't think you can separate people from the want for communal activity and for the kind of interest. The problem is people are not taking it into their own hands in creating alternative third cinema spaces. That's the issue. You actually have to create the spaces for people to go to, and then within the political sphere, there has been an abandonment of doing so, and thus there is now, I would say, multi-frontal and multi-attitudinal ways on how people will position themselves with mass media, because mass media is so proliferated. I can't say there's one tendency. There's there's more tendencies that I can name, and there's probably 10 that I don't even know because I'm not on the internet that much. But I mean, but to your point, I do agree. And I think what happens is wherever your politics lie and the possibilities of what you see can happen, it often typically goes into how you actually think about the media and even social engagements that you have generally. If you don't believe that you can actually revolutionize society, overturn the state, and things like that, I don't think you're also going to believe in a possibility of a greater media than you also have, and you're not going to fight for anything really better outside of representational politics, or Oscars so white, maybe something or a return to a time where you think movies had a bit more substance and so forth. All these kind of obfuscating conversations. It's just tied to that, but throughout human history, the idea of spaces of watching things, of being within things, whether it's live performance, so forth and so on, is part of how we kind of gather. And what the state has done is they've used that to indoctrinate and to kind of create a kind of locus to keep constant control. But the reality is, if you're gonna fight it, you're gonna have to create something that people can go to. That's not that.
And I think these things go go kind of back. Like you can't have we have to have both at this stage. I think, I mean, for me it's also this, kind of like one of the ways I appreciate I'm a Yugoslav, and like there was always more than the US film. There was always this understanding that the film is not free there because it's much more the commercial pressure. So in kind of Yugoslav film industry also had like, you had commercial films and you had other films. So so it was also which is kind of a media production literacy, which is what becomes more and more difficult to acquire, especially when it comes, like it's easy to see these are actual people had to draw these, but like, the shift to digital really raises labor, it raises people who do things. Then, the lack of the majority of culture now is consumed. First is consumed, and it's also in this individualized way in which you actually don't even share an experience. So you don't actually have ways of talking about some of these things in order to form an analysis that goes beyond what is being served. So that's also the problem of lack of cinemas, or the way that everybody's priced out. But also just, think about the digital signal in television means that now it's like a football World Cup. You can literally like hear what has happened because your stream is slightly lagging off than others. So there is no that immediate, or like there is no like, oh, everybody watched this the previous night and then you have to discuss. And then so much of the cultural the kind of interpolation now happens in video games, where so much of what became impossible to do in film is still happening. The kind of orientalization of the Arab world that happens in the video games is so brutal and wild, and it's also connected to exactly the same media apparatus that drives some of the warfare now. And I don't even know how it starts to address this.
Yeah, I mean, I think my feeling around kind of a politics of abstentionism, like I don't think that you're wrong at all, Samantha, in what you're saying. Like I agree in terms of all of those impacts. But there is, first of all, I think the question is like, what can you organize, right? Which is also what Mtume and Dubravka, I think what I hear in some of your comments there as well, right? Like if you have a society or a country or a state that says, hey, we're going to actually do this in a totally different way because there is some kind of liberationist, socialist history of that, right? Then you can create alternatives. You can also do that on smaller scales. I think devoid of the alternative, right, and devoid of the organization, then abstaining does become ultimately an individual act, and it might be an individual act that benefits you psychologically on you know on as your own person, like individually. But I think that it, it's it's tricky in terms of translating that into action to me. And I think in some ways watching these things and critiquing them and talking allows people to talk about the politics of them and think about other forms and talk about other forms of politics and critique of them. And for me, like with Imperial 80s in particular, because a lot of people ask us, even in the chat, today, but always like, you guys should do this recent film or you should do this or that. And I've kind of not wanted to do that for certain reasons, although we may at some point, because I hate getting into arguments with people about something that they just saw that they loved. Like, I just you get those people who are like, no, like Marvel's actually this. Like, no, man, like, come on.
Like one battle
But
after another.
yeah, we did get that when we did that little clip.
Yeah.
But and I think there's a lot of, I should
I
say, like,
remember that.
I think there's a huge value to people who do that, right? So I'm sort of saying I don't really want that type of attention in a certain way. But I do think for the Imperial 80s, it's like, with the benefit of time and looking back at stuff that you grew up for us, we grew up just like bathed in this shit. And now you're like, oh my God, when I look at this stuff now with politics that I absolutely did not have when I confronted it as a kid, it's like I could see like totally different things. Like, this movie was way different. And actually, I mean, the funny thing about it is I didn't remember any of the like segregation, stand in for racism, apartheid, like lynching, like none of those things registered to me as a young white kid watching it in Oregon. It was just like Jessica Rabbit, tunes, and humans. I'm in. Like, that's it, And so I don't know. In some ways I appreciate looking back at stuff because it's just like, you see what was being kind of done to you and how that has shaped our imaginations and our visions of what the world is and could be.
Okay, the last thing I want to say, because
go ahead.
me is I think this is also like, for me, it's also why I love Imperial 80s generally. It's kind of a it's continuation. It's kind of brings together all these elements of like popular education that both millennials are killing capitalism and to me what you want were doing in a different register in your own podcast. So it is also like, and I think in that context, it's actually super important to tackle some of these films that don't scream imperial propaganda. And what I think what happens in every of these conversations is also a method of reading. So what I hope people get is not just, oh, I'm gonna hate or like I'm gonna watch this particular film with a different eyes. No, like I hope that what we like this is my second time in that I'm kind of trying to prompt people to think in relation to how I actually start to ask questions beyond what the ways in which kind of built environment obfuscate and then how it's represented in the film. And so that that way it really works as something that you can apply not just on 80s or US films, but actually any kind of form of film. And yeah. That's where the kind of is the kind of popular education and this claiming of interpretive tools and really useful knowledge, because it's not about giving information. It's about kind of growing the capacity to really analyze what the fuck is happening.
Yeah, to Dubravka's point to add on, because, Lara's already been brought up, so to bring in Lara Shihai, one of the conversations that I've been having with her offline, and I even did it a little bit in a couple of talks that we had, is, and this kind of speaks to what you're talking about, Samantha, there is like areas within certain kind of film studies and film criticism that always looks to resurrect the cultural product and find a way to reconcile with the cultural product in a way that is sustainable. That's why psychoanalysis has gotten very, the psychoanalytic read of why you like Freddy Krueger. And thus what that does is that makes Freddy Krueger something that can kind of live within you. And that goes counter to what Dubravka is bringing up, a way that you have a sharpened tool to say, no, this is why this is an unacceptable piece. Because I do think that becomes part of the challenge is the methodology and the literacy on how to understand the totality and how you can actually break it apart. And people don't have that, and they need to learn that, right? Rather than a tool to kind of help reconcile and make you feel comfortable about your consumption habits within the capitalist totality, which is what most of this psychoanalytic and a lot of this shit that you do. And you see it in film schools and cinema studies with all these, this read of this movie, so they can find a way to, the Imperial read or the anti-Imperial read of Superman. Like, what are you talking about? There's no anti-Imperial read of Superman. That's a fucking bullshit, right? But it's all created as a way to keep the cultural products reconcilable, and really so you can keep punching your ticket and do everything that you say people need not be doing.
Awesome. Anything else? I mean, I don't know. All right. I think we're good. Appreciate you both so much. Thank you, Samantha and Dubravka, for coming in. This was a great mix, having the conversations around spatial politics, all of your insights, Samantha, as an animator, film creator, and so on. And yeah, this was an awesome episode, and we got into a lot more than even I thought that we would. So appreciate it, and thank you both for joining us today.
Thank you. I learned so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Me too.